Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, everybody. I am putting on my eyeliner, so I can't really talk, or I will mess up. Hold on. I'm old like that. I gotta do the left eye. Okay. Whew. Lord. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Top of the morning to you, y'all. It's been a long night. How was your night? How was your weekend? If you weren't able to join us this weekend, how was your weekend? How was your weekend anyway? To everybody, how was your weekend? Oh man. Hey, Angela, Treva, Beach Bum, Librarians, Little Brands Librarians, and Tracy. Lorianne, how are you? CSI Crowdsourced Illuminations, good morning. Time does fly. May even be closer to 6 years. I think it was 2019. Anyway, it's nice to have friends in our phones. Yeah. Hey, Fancy Nancy and Donna. As soon as I got off of here last night, I went painted some more, Stephanie Willow, good morning. Just me. Hi, good morning, girl. And I've been talking for a hot minute in here. Hey, Dora. Hey, Jody. You talk Cajun, girl? You talk Cajun shy. You talk. I know you do. If you live over by Ville Platte, I swear, if we go east to Jennings, everybody's like, it's totally different, and it's just 30 minutes tops, maybe 25. Depends on how fast you go. But and then what's crazy is like I talk the way I do, and like my cousins, they're from Alexandria, but they're from Alexandria, but they talk more country hickish. I don't know how to say that really. I mean, I'm not being offensive, just kind of more country. And then I hear me, mom, Larry talk. And I'm just like, oh no, we are too. We country. And then, like I said, you go just a little bit to the east, you hit Jennings, and then my last name would go from Turhan to Trahan. And I'm like, whatever. And then when I'm around people that talk like that, then I start talking like that. It's really weird. Really weird. Hey, X-Files. So good to have you here. Yeah, she is a Narsa. A Narsahar. A Narsahar. A narcissist. Bad. Random old lady. What's up, random old lady? Hey, Mimi of 8. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Elizabeth Jones. Elizabeth Jones. Hey, Joel Roberts. You had a question. Henderson, Nevada is around Las Vegas. Melanie probably was there when she married Ian. If I was Ian, I would have left her on the wedding night when she revealed her beliefs. Oh, right? Me and Donna were just talking about this behind the stage, but it's backstage. Yeah. And I just, again, call me cynical, but I've ran out of empathy for these people for sure. Like Ian, like he knows better, he had his chance to get out and break free, but he did not. And so that's on him. And it tells me that he doesn't have a good judgment of character. Okay. I mean, he has children and they were allowed around her. And he helped facilitate that. Whether I believe that he knew Chad longer, I believe he's part of the clique, but that's neither here nor there. I can't prove it yet, but I will one day. One day. Till then, let's just pray for those babies. Hey, THX 1138. I'm not. Oh my God! There, I was gonna say I'm not articulative today, and then it's yeah, can't even say articulate. Lover of puns, welcome in. Lover, Divergent. Hey, good to see you. Hey, Bewitched. What's up? All right, let me see what's. I might have to go turn that air off, y'all. I can't. Can never just be comfortable medium, huh? I have to finish putting my mascara on, and again, maybe I can show you my face. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. My legs. Oh, hold on, I gotta put mascara on. Oh crap! I hate when I blink right after putting mascara on, and then so then it goes down on the bottom, and you're like, oh crap. Or when you just jab yourself in the eyeball, with your mascara wand. It's always lovely. Hey, Deb Clouds. I don't know how to say your last name. Clouds Home. Thank you. We really appreciate that. I do. I appreciate that too. And Christy Bassett. Good morning. Good morning. My mom sent me, last night when I was live with Joe Schmo, my mom sent me a text and I just saw that it was a song. And so it turns out that, okay, no, hold on, let me turn this down. God dang it. Turns out it was from, okay, this one. I never can think of their names. True Crime Squad. Those ladies over there. And so it's a song called Get Rid of Beresky. And so she sent me a link to that. And so I was like, I feel bad because a lot of times I already see all the things. And so I sometimes just have to pretend like I had never seen anything. That if somebody, suggests it to me, I actually feel like a psycho or something because I've already watched it. Most of the time, that's how it is. So I don't want to be one of them people that are like, oh, I've already seen it. I already have that T-shirt. Oh, let me turn that off. Save some electricity for now. Okay, now I can't check and see what I look like on the thing, but unless I actually turn the camera on, and then I have to show everybody. So there's that. All right, so let me see what's crapping in the neighborhood. All right, open link here. Okay. Oh, dum. Okay, so we're standing by. I was really confused again, even though Joe told me what time we were going on or what time, going live. It's like, I don't know. I get so confused with the damn time zones. They really jack me up. So after I talked to him, I watched YouTube. And so you can see the channels that have already scheduled it. And so I'm like, well, what time do they have it set for? And then I start throwing myself off by doing that. So yeah, it's a me thing. It's my problem. But I'm looking at Nate Eaton's live. Well, East Idaho News is live. But let me go and find out if there are any, if there's any news from inside the courtroom of what are we going to get today is what I'm saying. Like which Lori are we getting today? Is she going to be refreshed? Is she gonna have? Did she spend the weekend to cool her jets, so to speak? Did she spend the weekend stewing and like, I can see her like taking some black paint or whatever and putting it under her eyes, like getting ready for war because she is batshit crazy. She is certified batshit effing crazy. Whew. Dang. Okay, that's from yesterday. Of course, today is the 6-year anniversary of when Tylee and JJ, I'm going to say, I know they weren't rescued alive, but they were still rescued from, their remains were rescued from Chad Daybell's property. And that happened, and, early, it was early in the morning. That was a very terrible day. Let me try not to talk about it. Apparently, I can't talk about it today. Let's see. Hold on. I'm just trying to get all my ducks in a row. That's in honor of Tammy. Okay. Let me see. Do this. Ooh, go back up. Glad y'all are here. Appreciate you being here as all. Oh, God dang it. I accidentally uncopied it. Okay. I talked and I should not have because it messed me up. Okay, now go here. Daybell updates. The digest. Let's see here. June 8th. That's. You know what's so June 8th was when, that's Tammy Daybell's mom's death anniversary. So it's also my Uncle Bobby's birthday, Bobby Vallow. So I don't know if he ever listens, but happy birthday, Uncle Bobby. I love you. You getting old. Okay. June 8th. I'm just looking to see, in the East Idaho News Digest where Nate reports. He also whatever he puts on Twitter, he also puts on here. So to me, it's just a lot easier than Twitter. But I'm just kind of, he hasn't posted anything yet that I'm aware of. Let's see. Oh, and Jason's home health nurse, she said something about the Sahara. I don't know what she called it. The Sahara wind or desert. I don't know. Some kind of stuff that makes this happen. Okay. So whatever that is, it's messing with everybody's sinuses and allergies and all the things. So I apologize. I didn't get good sleep last night either. I know I sound like a wet rag, huh? With kerosene on it or something. Just light it. Let me go. Okay. What I can do is I'm going to pull up I'm going to try and get through it. That was really tough to get through or try to get through it last night. It was hard. Let me refresh this real quick. It was Lori's appeal in Idaho, right? So, I mean, just the way it's worded is so triggering. It's so triggering. Let me get back over here. 95 and humid. Gah. Trash dance. Oh my God. So good. Oh, wow. Hey, no more remote viewing. Okay, we are seated. I dare you, Trace, to say, please stand up. Please stand up. Okay. Full house today, she says. I believe it. Getting towards the finish line. Y'all, I feel so much more confident, because they're still going to introduce the video of the storage unit, and that should, in Lori's term, seal the deal. So that's my opinion. And what they've presented so far has been pretty compelling, I believe. Lori is not there yet. And she said that my mom is still there. Kay Woodcock is still there with Brandon. God hears our prayers. Absolutely. Okay. Lori is not in yet. Okay. Good morning, Natalie. Trace, remember to physically call her a lump of promise. Okay. I'm muted. Thank you, Trace. Morning again. Well, hey, I'll tell you good morning again. I'm kidding. Love, Crusha, amazing lady you are. Thank you, Hawkeyes. That means a lot. It really does. I'm tired today, Miss Dora. And my legs were so. It's like restless leg syndrome, but not. I don't know. It's weird. They're just really achy, and it's not. Usually, it's just my hip. It's my sciatic nerve, but it's my legs, and I don't know if it's because I've just been doing more, physical stuff or what. I'm sure, but I do. And as I'm saying that, I'm looking at librarian's freaking comment right here that I have pinned, and look, I see it. And I knew this was coming. I was just trying to save you some steps because Little Brands, this is what she does for a living. And if she didn't live in Canada, I mean, I'd have me a 24. I'd be like, the elites. She'd be here and just be my personal masseuse. Okay. But we don't have it like that. We don't got it like that. So she sent me some lotion, which was so nice of her. It was not, I don't want to really call it lotion, but it's awesome to have. It really is. MSM lotion. Well, she calls it lotion, so I'm gonna call it lotion. Gabapentin. Yeah, it really, y'all. I was so hard on my body back in the day. Magnesium with MSM. Oh wow. Well, that's cool to know. Right? You know what? I one day looked at Tim Ballard's subscribers and he has more than me. And I was like, we got to fix that. We've got to fix this. Tim Ballard can't be having more freaking subscribers than me. That's just all jacked up. Trace says Lori is not in, nor her attorneys yet. Everyone else is seated for a while now. Are they late, Trace? I mean, are we 12:21, 11:21, 10:21 there? I need to go get a rate. It's a little late now, right? We're on this trial. But give me a clock that actually has Arizona time on it so I can just look up at it. I know, right? I'll take a gallon of lotion, please. Now we sound like Diddy, huh? I'm sorry. If y'all start coming up with these white, fingernails, I'm going to have to say freak off is what I'm going to have to say. I'm kidding. Just y'all. That is just one weird and odd, pretty disgusting sex trafficking alleged trafficker. Let me just say that. Okay. No. I tried. I gotta brush my hair. I tried this shiny, you put different look, hey, I'm about to talk about oil again. No, y'all calm down. But, just because whenever I blow dry a flat iron my hair to, you know, in my opinion, to be a presentable on here, you know, on camera. And so it's a lot of heat damage and stuff to my hair. So I, you know, use what am I looking for? The stuff you put in your hair. I don't know, to protect it from the heat. Um, and so it looks a little greasy. It looks like I put a little too much. Yes, I do. I'm gonna put it on here for you. It's on one of my banners. It is right. Right there. Precious0123@gmail.com. If I could ever remember and have, you know, when I do remember, I don't have the time or it's not the right time, but I need to get with Robbie because he created a whole website for difficultresearch.com, which was very, very, very nice of him. And so I need to get with him so we can get that sucker going, launch it, you know, before this trial ends. That would be great. So Donna, y'all all stay on my butt and tell me to do that, because I've never had a website. I don't even know what to do with it yet, but I think it's exactly what I need to kind of lay out my research, you know, because if you use these other different these platforms and stuff, then you'll have some of it here on Substack, you'll have some of it here on YouTube, some of it on Facebook, it's like scattered, you know, because not everything is, I guess, can do what a website can do, you know, what you can put on a website and all that good jazz, all that stuff. But I'm so grateful for that, for him just being thoughtful. And I know Megan was even like, she said she would help me, but she's always so damn busy. I don't know how she does it. I always feel like a snail way behind. Let's see what's going on. I sure did. Oh, diddy joke. Let's see. Where'd all the seats go? What? She says we may not get in this afternoon, even though we got here at 5 and wait for hours and hours. They're letting others who come line up for lunch seats now. What? Are you going to have a line holder? That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Lotion. It's called Diddy. Diddy did it. No. Lil Brands is a massage therapist, and she sent me from Canada, okay, some really cool, I don't have one with me right here, but it's, I don't know, she calls it MSM lotion, and it helps, like, I'm having issues with my legs, which I mean, usually I just have it with my sciatic nerve, but it's with my legs. Now it's different, and they're just real, kind of like restless leg syndrome, but not quite. I don't know. They just hurt. And that's what I dealt with last night. And so I'm not at the top of my game today again. Thank you, Fancy. And then, yeah, happy birthday, Uncle Bobby, Uncle Booby, Uncle Robert Vallow. That's very sweet. Fancy Nancy, thank you. Hey, baby girl, 5478. What's up? Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too, Heather Rose. I think she means getting a seat after lunch because they're allowing people to wait in line now for seating after lunch, which is wild. Why they want to start something new? You have Nupro patches. My best friend is like trying to get me to, she's like, you have to try these nicotine patches. And she's like, but not for, you know, stopping smoking or, I mean, yeah, I'll take that too if it'll help me, of course. But, you know, if I can roll up, the patch and smoke it. I'm kidding. But I don't know. She swears by them. I don't know what really she's even talking about. But she's like, they curb your appetite. And I'm like, that sounds so MLM. But, I'll try it. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get here. Dr. Mike, YouTube, had Dr. David Spiegel on, who is a doctor at Stanford, SRI, remote viewing, and he is a master hypnotherapist like Tom Harrison. Yeah, I'm really starting to understand how this goes. I was thinking about that earlier because I was reading the documents, right? And there is a couple entries that were just one-offs, unknown, or they'll put like Spencer's wife. They put Dr. Miller, things like that. But they're just unknown, and I'm just like conveniently. So it's like, I don't know. I'm kind of understanding it. You need a full body patch. Yeah, me too. Oh, let's see. Let me go look over here. Let me see if Nathan Eaton. We almost have the same last name. He's Eaton and I'm Easton. I don't see anything yet. Come on, Nate. Get on the horn. Please. Let me push this in for now. Yeah, I just feel real, I don't know, just tired. I don't know. I have not been on top of my game. Like I said last night, it's just, I feel like I can't latch on, I feel like I'm just falling and, I'm gripping for stuff. I'm reaching for something to latch on to. And I don't know. This is really throwing me off balance. And, I told Donna, I don't know if it's because this is our, allegedly this is the last trial. Hopefully Melanie's is on the, in the hot seat. I pray, I do, but I'm trying not to get my hopes up, but I mean,
hey, I noticed that Nate is tweeting, so go and see if he's posted something, because I don't know why he'd be posting tweets and not being over there, but he's basically saying they're in the courtroom and they're waiting on Lori. The same thing Trace said, but
yeah. I just have June 8th, it's not even shown up yet.
Really? Well,
like there's not an article for me to push.
Trina, it says Trina is sitting at the prosecutor's table with Pillar and her paralegal. I've been referring to her as Trina in these updates rather than Kay to prevent confusion with Kay Woodcock. And then he says, not everyone is able to get in the courtroom. People are lining up outside to get in after lunch. We're going to have to get Trace some media credentials, I guess.
Well, I don't know if she can go with Joe,
That's what I'm saying. If she needs media credentials or if she needs to be Kay's adopted daughter over there.
Yeah.
Okay, she's here, Trace says. Trace says she's here.
Who? Trina or Lori?
Lori, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because they already said Trina was there.
Yeah. So doing some deduction. I told you I'm so tired, so I'm like really like lagging. I apologize to everybody.
If Nancy Joe's part of the family, Tracy can be.
Yeah.
They let me rule.
I don't know. I don't know if y'all have gotten that from me, but I don't too much ask my mom and dad for favors,
Oh, I didn't mean for you to
I
do
don't
that.
know. No, I know, but I'm just saying if everybody's like, I wonder why, like, that's why I never ask. I don't ask because
I'm not
I
an
don't know.
asker either about stuff. So I'm
Like,
no.
right. uh, I don't know. It's just kind of how I am. I've kind of always been like that, but
Okay. KJ asked, did you want to play the funny music that your mama sent you?
well, it's not mine. It's actually, yeah, it's the true crime.
We'd have to ask them.
What's their name?
The True Crime Squad, and it's Katie and Christy or something. Yeah, they're sisters.
Oh,
right. We need to ask.
She said, Crusher, your mom texted me this morning to share a funny music video about Lori.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. So she,
yeah. I would play it, but I don't want to be copyrighted. I already fight with them people enough. I disputed where Sins of Our Mother. Okay. They're claiming body cam footage and they don't own body cam footage. Okay. And so I'm like, dispute, assholes. Like, stop. Like 4 different places in one video. So I have to dispute it and have up to 20, I don't know, however many days. The other day I looked, it was still at 24. I'm like, come on. And I mean, I type, I'm like, and it's my damn family. I type them all that stuff.
It's crazy.
Yep.
The amount of money that was made.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Michelle. How are you today?
We're clearing the court.
Oh, I thought you said clerking. Yeah, we're clearing.
Clerking, or what does that mean?
Yeah, I have something inappropriate to say, so I'm gonna just keep it to myself. She must have busted wind.
Well, that's
she
crazy.
She whispered in her undergarments. Anyways, okay. Oh no, you're fine.
Okay, the judge asked for a sidebar for the parties, and they all approached the bench. White noise displayed in the courtroom. Judge has asked that everyone to clear the courtroom. We are headed outside to the lobby area. Lori is in the courtroom with her advisory attorneys. Judge is on the bench. So what the hell is she causing this?
All right, put your what do you think? What do you think's going on? Let me know. Tell me what y'all think. Why is this happening? Why has Lori cleared the courtroom, basically? Is it because, and then fill in the blank. Good morning, KJ, by the way.
It'd have to be the farthest thing from our head it'll be, because it'll sure be something we wouldn't thought of.
He's revoking her status to represent herself a bit. And then KJ says she is gonna let her attorney take over. And more drama, says Sneaky Suspicion. Gritty Grit says, drama, I did comment earlier. Oh, I'm stopped. I'll just let everybody see that. Okay. Much appreciated, Angela. What the heck? Ooh, that's one way to start a court Monday. Yeah. What kind of crazy will she pull out of her ass today? Okay, let's go back down. Portal threat is aisle 9. Portal threat on aisle 9. It's that damn loin fire. Keeps on going. She unleashed a demon. I picture it. That's
says, the one thing I noticed, there's a guy standing with Trina that appears to be an attorney.
And that's, don't they kind of hang out with each other though? I mean, is that abnormal? I mean, maybe this guy could be an attorney for media,
could be juror misconduct, KJ says.
Better not. No Carls, no Karens. Yeah, the drama llama.
I think what happened is Emma did a bomb scare.
Oh, I like that, Natalie. She says, hopefully she wants to open the door. I'm telling you, I picture the Kool-Aid man going, oh, yeah. That's Lori wanting to open the damn door. She's not going to just open. She's going to bust it down. Okay. Just don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Crazy.
I like all y'all's comments. She's doing exactly what I said, do right before the trial. She was sick on that Friday, came in hobbling on Monday, later had on the desk Wednesday. So here we go. She will try something again. With her face. Linda with It's a Crime says she has the Mondayitis or the Monday case of the Mondays. Go ahead.
Well, it just says this is from Justin Long. He says, apparently, whenever it says we're having a sidebar, blah, 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 he says, apparently not. After the sidebar ends, we get a look at a state seal via the pool cam. Says everyone is asked to clear the room. And that's all he said. I didn't know what he was saying. So we probably won't know what's going on because they have made them get out too.
Say that again? Say just the pool. What about a pool cam?
We get to look at the state seal on the pool cam.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, Carolyn, what you been doing, lady? Glad you're here. And Jody busting through the wall. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And then KJ says Trina K probably wants to walk through the door with 404 hearing. Or do we not get to listen to that though?
I don't know.
Nothing to lose.
I'm gonna put Joe Schmo's comment. He says that that it's emptied out and this has never happened, and what's going on.
I didn't think about that, Natalie, but she says today of all days, she knows what today is, and I hope it's haunting her. I don't even know if it registers. So, but I
don't
wish.
think it does.
I don't know.
I don't even know.
I mean, yes, we think like that because it haunts us, and we didn't even do it, but we have a conscience,
What did Beach Bum say?
I'm way up here, probably.
Maybe a 404, 405 hearing. That's what's okay. So Beach Bum thinks it's the 404, 405. In other words, she wants to open the door, tell me what exactly I can say and exactly what you can say. Because that's what she was getting at. She's like, so if I open she thought she could keep talking that way and they couldn't bring it in because she said, oh, y'all took it off the table. And he said, yeah, well, we can put it back on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hey, Paw Patrol. Welcome in. And panel guest. No, this is Donna. This is one of my moderators. Welcome. She said bring the charges. Wait, she said bring the charges Friday. Couldn't hear it myself, but chat said she said it. Yeah, she is the smartest person in the room. Lori is so smart. She's a narcissist bio lab psychophantic or I don't know how to say it. Beaver chewing on word salad.
Exactly. That's what I told my friend. She's like, my friend that I was having lunch with, she says, oh, Lori was a waste because she's so smart. She could have been a lawyer. I was like, no, she just says enough she just throws around a bunch of words, and people who don't know anything about the law may be impressed by that. But real lawyers and people down at the courthouse know she is just bluffing.
Thank you, Michelle. Michelle's like sycophant. Thank you. I hope I said it right. And then I like what Kathy Jones says. They wouldn't clear the gallery from the courtroom over a 404 hearing. So what's everybody's speculations? She's on appeal. No, she filed an appeal in Idaho. But yeah, she's going to definitely do that for sure. Welcome in, American Pride Odds and Ends. Good to have you here. Is it Kikaroo or Kikaroo or I don't know. Let me know. Hey, Denise. Yes, that she will. She's like a specimen. I can't talk today. I'm tired, y'all. I told you.
Tracy said it takes 20 minutes to get everybody back in the courtroom sitting down right. So,
Yep. Yes, exactly.
Here we go. Joe Schmo says the sidebar was attended by a representative of the MCSO. Could it be another health issue with Lori? She appeared to enter normally, normal, not sickly normal, and stopped to have about a 10-second conversation with her advisory counsel on the way to her seat.
Greedy grit. She's got terminal menopause symptoms and is whining to the judge.
Could it be that Lori found the one person in the whole prison that did have something communicable and went and kissed him? Damn it.
You know, she's playing all the women.
That's what I'm saying. It's the actual plot from Glee, I think.
Trey says this must be something that has to be sealed. Judge has always included the public in these hearings. Maybe he's zapping her, you know.
Well, maybe we don't know what there, and you could see her thing. I'm telling you, I think she wants people to notice that thing she's got on that will shock you, and she's going to poll the jury about it.
Oh my God. We need to make a song. We will shock you. And that in honor of JJ too, you know, where we will rock you.
Yeah, I really do. Dang. I think that's, and she's probably got some tight something on to show it real good today.
Oh my God. I call her Rack City bitch. Okay, but that's just me. I know. I grew up in the hood. Not really, but kind of. So I'm gonna be the weirdest grandma, y'all, because you know it's like cruising down the street in my 6'4". I'm just saying, what do you do? What kind of generation did I grow up in?
The other day, my niece let my nephew, that's 7 years old, go to a church camp for a 2-night overnight thing, and I like to. I was not happy. He came back okay, but I'm just telling you, I don't trust anybody.
Why?
The Boy Scouts have honor, don't they? I don't trust nobody.
Yeah. I remember telling my little boy, I was like, and I told Jason, I was like, I'm just gonna have to be the bitch, man, because he's not going. Okay, over my dead body.
You may have to go camping or something to, you know, your family.
I would have to. I would have to go camping because ain't nobody gonna diddle my kids.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you'll have to. We'll all have to take our own kids camping and not let some Boy Scouts do it.
You know, I just realized that we bought him a tent after that. We sure did. I forgot. I just realized like the timing, you know, and yeah, like me and him set it up not too long ago. It was kind of fun, yeah. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Divergent. I don't feel so alone. Rack City bitch. Or I could say Rack City chick.
I only got to do one thing like that in my whole life. I went to
you went
4-H camp. A 4-H camp. I was like 10 or 11, and nothing happened to me, but I can't believe my parents let me do that, but that was the only thing they ever let me do.
Oh, my dad built me a badass clubhouse. I mean, it had the windows, you know, that you raise up, and I mean, all the things. I was like, wow. It didn't have electricity or anything, but it was really cool. It had a sandbox underneath. It was like anyways. It's too long for me to explain.
We lived on my parents' acreage, and so they had ponds and trees and bicycle riding and skateboard riding, and
they did horse riding.
I'm telling you, you have to tell kids everything. They will jump off the roof if you do not tell them not to jump off the roof.
My dad used to have dump trucks, right? And so I'd be like, Dad, please, come on, just put some Visqueen in the back of it and just fill it up. And we'll have a pool, you know? Anyways. he would make my, I'll make you a slip and slide, and it would just be Visqueen, not Alex kind of Visqueen, but
Uh,
oh, right. Let's manifest this. We can do it.
well, I said we had horses and ponies, but we had our horses for a good year before we got saddles. So we were riding them bareback before that. We were not.
Natalie said, "Crush of people did that in Holly Beach." Haha. Oh, I do remember that. Every 4th of July, Yeah, I didn't even have a license. I was like 14. I'm telling on myself right now. But 14, I was drunk so fast. No, I was older than 14. Not much. Maybe 16. And I just remember getting drunk fast, and then it was hot, and that was not good. And I didn't eat, so it was just not good. Yeah. Like on Boone's Farm, okay? Straight up.
I
was driving some college guy's truck. Anyways, that was fun. I didn't have a license.
Never was much of a drinker, and so no, I didn't know that you weren't supposed to like mix different things up. And so, so we went to this, like, I don't know, it was around Valentine's, it was a heart party of some kind. And the booze was off, you paid the ticket to get in, and there was, of course, you show it's probably the cheapest wine and liquor and stuff you could buy. And so I had a little bit of all of it, and boy, I was not well.
Right. Oh, man. And lover of puns, that's a really good point. Kids are way more likely to be abused, and I'll just say, and killed by someone close to them, and trafficked by someone close to them.
Yes.
You're really true about that.
I mean, it's really scary, the number of music directors in this county, that next to my county, that music directors who have gotten in trouble for child.
Same here.
Yes.
Same here. And my oldest, the ones at home. So when I'm talking about my oldest or my youngest, we have 2 boys at home. And so my oldest, he's 15, and he wants to, I don't know, he wants to be something every week. But I mean, he's 4.0. He's taking advanced classes. He's been getting all kinds of offers from, I can't even think of the name right now. It's crazy. And he loves, I don't know, he loves all these, he engages in all kinds of activities, like debate, band.
That's great.
Just different things. He's not so much into sports, but I mean, we're talking Columbia, Tulane, of course, LSU and MSU here, but I'm trying to think of the other ones. But anyways, I don't know. I want him to talk to Megan because, she's into arts like that. She sang on Broadway. She knows a thing or two. So I would like to.
Yeah. Does he want to continue with music in college?
He does. Yeah. But then again, he kind of goes back and forth with, and I'm like, babe, you don't, just pick one as a major, one as a minor. Just.
Yeah. Well, Hayden has said that she's not going to continue band in college, but that could change, because I mean, if you love band, it's just something, it's an art form that you need to do with whatever else you're doing,
Right. I got in 6th grade until 12th grade, and it allowed me, I don't know, my personality blossomed and bloomed, and I don't know, it taught me how to work with other people, as a team or whatever. And I was proud. I was not proud, but what's the other word? I had confidence. It was a confidence builder, and
yes, it is definitely. Whenever you work hard to produce any kind of product, a show or anything, you build a team, and it is a wonderful, it's a learning experience for sure.
Aww.
And
I get that, the Paw Patrol agent too. I'm listening, but go ahead. I'll just keep on.
Well, I was going to say, Hayden has a hard time, like making friends and stuff. And so that's been her community. So I don't know what, and she doesn't really know what she wants to do with her big brain either. Really. It's like, y'all need to something good to do with that big brain. And two, and I've told her this, and everybody should know this, that in this day and age, there is so much crap to get into that we weren't even tempted with. And there's members of my family, not her, that have had trouble with addictions of all kinds. And I've told her, even though you're not even thinking about that, you have a proclivity because of your genetic makeup.
Look, I tell my oldest, I'm like, whenever you're excelling and whatever it is you're excelling in, I'm like, there's something that's suffering, that you're not. So it's hard to be balanced. It's hard to, but you have to try your best, just to not go extremo in anything. I mean,
right.
No matter what.
I'm just saying, whenever we went to those band competitions, some of the teams had very expensive, nice costumes, and some of them had what looked like jumpsuits that were, just like a leotard. And I was like, kids are completely dedicated to put on some of them outfits that they have them wear and walk around. You know what I'm saying? You learn that. You learn the routine before you get the outfit. But still, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh my God, these people, that won't do anything you tell them to do at home or putting on a leotard and doing ballet down there at school.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't know. It was a good experience for me, for sure. We went to Disney World twice.
Yeah. Hayden is a section leader this time.
Oh, I finally got oh wow, that's what Leland was trying to do.
Well, Hayden didn't think she would get it because they've got 30 baritones in their band. So they have 30 section leaders. 30
I was a saxophone player. I played the sax. Okay, I'm going to pull these updates up just so we have something to look at here.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So at 10:09 a.m., back in the courtroom for day 3 of Lori Vallow Daybell's Arizona trial. Gilbert Detective Ryan Pillar will be back on the stand this morning with the Maricopa County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Trina Kay questioning him. Brandon and Jenny Boudreaux are in the courtroom with other family members. Kay Woodcock is also here. Hey, Mom. Okay. Look, this shirt says my wife beats me. I'm just here to embarrass my wife. Okay. The hell? Sorry. I have ADHD, okay? One of the biggest days we've seen as far as One of the biggest days we've seen as far as public turnout. Every seat is full. People began lining up outside at 5:30 a.m. Trina is sitting at the prosecutor's table with Pillar and her paralegal. I've been referring to her as Trina in these updates rather than Kay to prevent confusion with Kay Woodcock. Not everyone was able to get into the courtroom. People are lining up outside to get in after lunch. And then 10:32 in the morning, Lori is in the courtroom with her advisory attorneys. Judge is on the bench. Judge asked for a sidebar. So he asked for a sidebar with the parties. They all approached the bench. White noises played in the courtroom. Judge has asked everyone to clear the room. That's wild. We are headed outside to the lobby area. Still waiting out. So 10:34. So at 10:45, still waiting outside the courtroom. Unclear what issue has come up, but Judge Justin Boreski will likely explain, even vaguely, once we are all back in. Bring it on, hooker. Anyways. So that's what we have right now. Let's see. What's the last one? 10:45. Let me do a refresher. And okay. It says a Department of Corrections officer was part of the sidebar. He just walked out of the courtroom. I'm going to take this and put it in my chat GPT and tell me, I'll be like, what does this mean? Oops. I'm weird like this, okay? It's been helping me make sense of life. Okay. Hold on. It'll take me a second. I got a new chat. Okay. Ooh. Hold on. Hold up. Okay, let's see what it tells me. Based on the live updates from Nate Eaton, here's what could be happening in Lori Vallow Daybell trial. This sudden clearing of the courtroom and the sidebar with the judge, parties, and the Department of Corrections officer strongly suggests an unexpected legal issue or procedural matter has arisen. Here are a few possibilities. Lori Vallow Daybell's behavior or a dispute. Lori Vallow Daybell is representing herself pro se in this trial, and there have been previous instances where her conduct led to her temporary removal from the courtroom or warnings from the judge. It's possible her behavior or heated exchange with the judge or prosecution could have prompted this. The sidebar is often used to discuss sensitive matters that shouldn't be heard by the jury or the public. Issues with a witness or evidence. A problem might have come up regarding the testimony of the current witness, Gilbert Detective Ryan Pillar, or a piece of evidence being presented. This could be a legal objection, a question about admissibility, or a witness becoming uncooperative. That's probably not it. Okay, security or logistical concerns. The involvement of a Department of Corrections officer might indicate a security issue, a concern related to Lori's custody, or a logistical problem with the courtroom or facility. Maybe because it's getting a little packed. I don't know. A motion or request from one of the parties. Either the prosecution or Lori Vallow Daybell might have made an urgent motion or request that required an immediate discussion with the judge outside the presence of the jury and the public. This could range from a motion to suppress evidence to a request for a continuance. Health or personal matter. While less likely, to involve a Department of While less likely to involve a Department of Corrections officer in a sidebar, there could be a health concern for someone involved in the trial, Lori, a juror, attorney, etc., or a personal issue that requires immediate attention. The fact that Judge Boreski will, quote, likely explain, even vaguely, unquote, suggests it's something that needs to be addressed on the record, but the details might be sensitive or involve privileged information. The large public turnout and people waiting to get in after lunch also highlight the public interest in this trial, making any interruption more noticeable. Okay. See how it helps me? Let's see. Let me refresh this here. Oh, that's all we got. So, what do y'all think? Thank you, KJ. You bet it's going to be something big? Oh, my God. I hope not. Unless it's like Melanie. Drag her ass up there. Hook her to her aunt's rag belt. They're Twinkies anyways. I know. I can't imagine what involves clearing a whole damn courtroom. It's a little off. Little off. What does this do?
This audio story is brought to you by your neighbors at the Bank of Commerce, where we work hard to be your bank of a lifetime, with decisions made locally and active support to the communities we
Much better
serve.
voice
Come
than
on
me.
by and experience the BFC difference. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Live
Yes,
update.
he-
Debt Pillar resumes testifying on day 3 of Lori Vallow Daybell's Arizona Boudreaux trial. Lori Vallow Daybell is on trial in Maricopa County, Arizona, on one charge of conspiracy to commit the murder of Brandon Boudreaux, her former nephew-in-law.
We'll let that play.
Nate Eaton is live in the courtroom with updates. Please excuse any typos. Times listed below are in Mountain Standard Time, so they are an hour behind Idaho. Arizona does not observe daylight saving time.
They're smart.
The most recent updates are at the top. 10:56 a.m., a Department of Corrections administrator was part of the sidebar. He just walked out of the courtroom. 10:45 a.m. still waiting outside the courtroom. Unclear what issue has come up, but Judge Justin Boreski will likely explain, even vaguely, once we are allowed back in. 10:34 a.m. Judge has asked everyone to clear the courtroom. We are headed outside to the lobby area. 10:32 a.m. Judge asks for a sidebar with the parties. They all approach the bench. White noise is played in the courtroom. 10:32 a.m. Lori is in the courtroom with her advisory attorneys. Judge is on the bench. 15 a.m. Not everyone was able to get into the courtroom. People are lining up outside to get in after lunch. 14 a.m. Trina is sitting at the prosecutor's table with Pillar and her paralegal. I've been referring to her as Trina in these updates rather than Kay to prevent confusion with Kay Woodcock. 10:11 a.m. One of the biggest days we've seen as far as public turnout. Every seat is full. People began lining up outside at 30 a.m., 10:09 a.m. Back in the courtroom for day 3 of Lori Vallow Daybell's Arizona trial. Gilbert Det Ryan Pillar will be back on the stand this morning with Maricopa County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Trina Kay questioning him. Brandon and Jenny Boudreaux are in the courtroom with other family members. Kay Woodcock is also here.
Well, that was so much fun.
Thanks for...
No. I don't know. That's what I'm kind of thinking too. I don't see her as a surrenderer. She's a warrior, right? Thank you again, KJ. I don't feel like I spent enough time telling you that for the super chat. That's always yeah. Thank you. Okay, Hawkeyes. We'll hold the line for you. We'll hold your space. Man, this is wild. Wild. She threw a fit. I want a different judge and I want it now. You know? It's damning to my case. You're damning to my case, Judge Boreski. Maybe they are serving Judge Boreski with that petition for him to take his shirt and tie off. Anyways. Okay, so Love always says, but her mother and Summer really gave it to her for throwing Melanie under the bus. Oh, bet her. You bet her mom. Summy and Mummy is what I call them. I don't know. Could be. I mean, but don't y'all find it interesting how Lori was like, well, I'm not, I don't know how she said or what she even said, but basically, are you saying that opening the door for Melanie and all that stuff? And so, wait, I just read 2 things at once. Thank you. I'm going to say Kikaroo. I know, KJ. I know. I laugh too. You don't mind if you... CSI said, I don't mind if he keeps on the tie. That's good. We are some old biddies, huh? Something big as in having problems with her beach lady. I'm sorry. That's her hoo-ha portal. Yeah. Gritty Grit, I'm glad you're back. I'm back to you're back. You're back to the thought it's terminal menopause diagnosis and she can't continue unless she is lying on a fainting couch, right? But remember when she had the raging rivers and she was like, I'm sorry, earmuffs. My period is, they're so much younger, I'm having like 24-year-old periods now, which is disgusting. Okay. So I hope it is that. I hope it is terminal. And I hope it's a raging case of it, if it's such a thing. If she surrenders, this trial will be put on halt because attorneys will say they don't know enough info about the case. You can, that's a real thing to surrender, because I'm about to Google it. If so, thank you again, Kikaru. You don't always get what you want. Jason sings that all the time. Oh, this judge is so dark right now. Oh, I'm telling, right? Spread love. No, not hate. Good one. Keep your eyes on my husband in a past life. Are you talking about Judge B? Just wondering. Oh my gosh. And then Michelle says, reminder, Lori filed another motion to remove the judge late last week. Maybe there's a hearing on that. I heard that they already had it. Now, this is just, I don't know. I wasn't there, but they already had it. And you can't do that while in the middle of a trial, was what I've heard. So we could potentially scratch that off the list, maybe. I don't know. Sidebar now. Megan's channel has it on also. What? Has what on? Oh, crap. Her hoo-ha has a problem. Broadcast is on? Okay. We'll go look. Oh, it's just this, though.
Oh, okay.
And that many people flying in the chat. Holy hell. How many? How can you tell? Oh, how many people are in the chat? Oh, Lord. Can you imagine? I wonder, I've done that thing where you can go and you find out how much channels make, and it's actually kind of surprising. $10,000 to $20,000 a month, some of them. That's without merch.
And it's amazing what people watch too.
Yeah. No, I just remind like that's a lot of people. Like when you think like Ruby Frankie with her 2 million subscribers or 2.5, however many it was. Oh, that's what I need to go do. I need to go and download or screen record. I love you, Sue Ellen. Can I do that for a second? And
Yeah, sure.
I'll just put this on like that. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this on just in case. And
okay.
That way I can't do two things at once. And I don't want to sit here and just mumble. That's what I do. All right. Thank you, Grace. You're not late to the party, girl. We were waiting on you. That's what we were doing. But here's to a good day. Maybe this will be the day that Lori gets the shock treatment.
Yeah.
I say it's so it's like karma for Joe if that happens, Lori can mess up a wet dream, says Denise. I love it. All right, let me mute myself.
Okay.
But I'm right here listening. So
all right. I'm looking at the Twitter machine to see if anybody's posted anything. Okay. Nate says we are being led back into the courtroom and Lori and her team remain at their table. The judge is not on the bench, though. That was from Nate right now. So that at least they're going back in. Put this in the here. Let's see what else is going on. Because I thought I had put on Justin Lum and I got Nate's. Okay, Nate says the same thing that Justin Lum says. They're going back into the courtroom. Very interesting. I wonder if they're going to tell us, but we won't know for a while anyway because we're in a dang 20-minute delay. Okay, we're being seated, Trace says. Beach Bum says Janelle Murphy, her Evelyn Jekyll is trying to break free. Heckle and Jekyll. Where are you sitting in the courtroom? Janelle says, hello, dear friend. Fancy, my friend, says Janelle Murphy. Just me, sis. Deep breath, guys. I know it. I'm so excited. The judge could probably retire after this debacle, says Love Always. Janelle Murphy says, you got that right, talking to Beach Bum. Granny Whisper says, what you going on? Detective's daughter says, there's not going to be pull Brunetsky from this trial. No, she's not. KJ says, I think the judge is going to come in and put on the record that Lori is giving up. Well, I know she don't care. I mean, they can't do nothing else to her. Okay. Trace says that she is in the third row on the far end of Lori's side, which I prefer the end seat because I have restless legs and my oxygen to deal. I've got my oxygen to deal with. Bless your heart. Okay. I don't know what that means. DJ Norman says it's 6-9 day. It's 666 code since 6-9 equals 0.667.666. Well,
It's the 6th anniversary of the kids being unearthed.
OMG. Thank you, DJ Norman. Trace says no explanation. No explanation whatsoever, she says. Okay. Well, that's our comments. Let's see if Nate or Justin are saying anything. So that's what. Okay. Nate says Trina Kay is next to Pillar and her paralegal. The jury has not been in the courtroom at all today. Borinsky is on the bench and he asks the jury to be brought in and tells Trina Kay to get her next witness. So they're not getting any explanation for this. I mean, I don't know why we would. It was probably she needs a damn Tylenol. So let's see. So I guess we're getting on with it. Anyways, that's what we're going to do. We're getting on with it. It's another night. Let's see if Justin Lum says anything. Justin Lum now says, back in the courtroom now. Looks like Trina Kay is bringing in another witness. Jury is now in the court as well. It's unclear if Pillar's testimony is over. So that must be what's up. That must. This guy is young and dressed casual. That's what Trace is saying about the witness, I'm guessing. Yeah, I thought Pillar was coming up next. It was going to be the tall Detective Nathan. So Trace says we're taking the witnesses out of order again. The judge thanks the jurors for their patience. He says an issue came up and not to speculate as to what happened. He says we are moving on to another witness and his name is Daniel Moss. So So the next one is Daniel Moss. Moss owns a window tinting shop in Rexburg, Idaho, and he has owned the business since 2008. Dan's window tint. Exactly. Mr. Boss. Justin Lump says Dan Moss is a civilian witness taking the stand. Nate says Trina asks who answers the phone if someone calls his company. He says it could be him or another employee. If someone calls in, they pull out a calendar and give them some dates and times that they could come by. People can drop their cars by before or after hours. So that's what Nate has to say. Questioning this Mr. Moss. About how they set up their appointments for getting your window tinted. So Joe also says, takes note that the witnesses are out of order. Excuse me. Let me eat this and have myself a little cough. Okay, I'm back. Justin. Nope. Nate Eaton says there are different percentages of tints that you can get put on a window. 5% window film only lets 5% of the physical light. 70% lets 70%. 5 is a really dark, he says. 5 is really dark, he says.
Ain't that an understatement? Just saying.
Yeah. So he's telling about the tint. I'm guessing even though it's illegal, they'll give it to you if you'll pay them. Trina K, according to Justin Lum, Trina K asked about tinting levels. Moss says with 20%, you can see a silhouette of someone. 5% letting in 5% is very dark. So I kind of, it does help on the heat of a car not to have a little bit of it. So let's see. So Nate says, if 20% you could see a silhouette of a person in a vehicle, Trina asked about some businesses he did on the September 23rd and 25th in 2019, and she moves to admit an exhibit. Okay. So this 10 guy was a young guy. Justin Lum says Exhibit 183 is admitted after Trina confirms the phone call that Dan took on 9/23 and 9/25. Seeing if anybody, okay. I just read that. Okay, Nate Eaton says, we see the exhibit and it shows a list of phone numbers that called the store. One of the numbers is from a 480 Arizona number. The person asked about getting tints on a Jeep. Moss says he scheduled the appointment tint that was put on the Jeep. And they got it all down. I'm glad that they little shop keeps their records. Because I probably wouldn't have kept mine. Moss provided police a screenshot of getting a phone call from the 48 number. Wow. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Nate says a few days after the original inquiry, Moss sent a text to the number to set up the appointment. He told the person to drop the Jeep off at 9 a.m. and have the work done. Trina now shows a photo of the Jeep in the shop. Moss is cleaning some windows and putting on the film on the glass. Wow. That's pretty wild if they've actually got that. A photo of it happening. Crazy, crazy, isn't it? But they didn't expect that. I guess they got a screenshot of their camera feed. I don't know how they did that, but that's pretty wild right there. There's cameras everywhere, people. Justin says, we see a photo of tint being put on the Jeep's Wrangler's driver's side window. Cameras everywhere. Nate says, it is a two-door Jeep Wrangler. They come with a factory tint all the time. People come in and ask to darken the factory tint glass. He says factory tint is 20%. He says they add another layer to the factory tint to make it darker. I didn't know all that. Okay. Let's see. Justin Lump says Moss put 5% tint for this window. Oh. That doesn't seem like very much, but I guess it already had a bunch. Y'all please hit the like button. We got a lot of people in here. We need to hit that like button. And subscribe if you're not subscribed. And leave us some comments. Okay, Nate says Moss was asked to add more tint to the rear window. If someone was laying or sitting in the back of the Jeep and you walked to look in there, you wouldn't be able to see them? Trina asked. Lori object based on speculation. Judge overrules the objection, and Moss says you wouldn't be able to see someone with the factory tint plus 5% added. Broad daylight, you wouldn't be able to see. So that was his about how much tint you can have. He says you could put that and you would not be able to see. Okay. So Trina asks who dropped the vehicle off, and Moss does not recall who it was. It's a bummer. It's like they would know from their camera feed who dropped it off. Nate Eaton says Trina asked Moss if he recalls seeing the person who dropped the Jeep off. He does not. Moss says the license plate on the Jeeps were white and from Texas. He couldn't get the exact number from his camera surveillance system because of the angle of the vehicle. Wow. Yeah. DJ, I thought you knew that when you made the statement about the 666 while ago. Wow. Okay. Nate says Trina points out the sticker on the window. It was there when the Jeep was dropped off. When the job was finished, Moss sent a text message receipt to the Arizona number. 5% tip was put on the rear window, 20% on the front. The job was $200. Oof. Because he wanted to be able to hide and kill somebody. So he had them tinted that way. Terrible people. Joe Schmuck says there's a discussion about whether or not one could see into the back of the Jeep and other various levels of window tinting. Lori objects to speculation. The judge thinks about it for a second and overrules. The security cameras pick up the license plate on the Jeep, but it was blurry. So that's what Joe was saying. Yeah, this delay thing is so stupid, isn't it? It really is. Because really and truly, they should be started by now. We should not be looking at this thing. So Nate says the job took about an hour on September 25th, 2019. Moss does not recall seeing the person who picked it up. He does not recall having any in-person contact with the owner. Stringer has no further questions. Lori has no questions for Moss, and the jurors don't have any questions either. The witness is excused. It's pretty good. So we're out. This guy's going down the road. And we need another witness. I wonder what happened now. Wish they would get Pillar. See, it lose flow when they get them out of order. I like them to keep with their flow. Brutus, are you okay? Brutus don't feel good. Nate says the next witness is Thomas Miller. He is the special agent for Drug Enforcement Administration, where he has worked for 27 years. He is the chief for National License Plate Reader Programs. Okay, here we get the drug enforcement guy.
Yep. And it ain't about drugs. It's worse. Right?
Yep.
Thank you, Donna.
It really is.
It's so bad. Worse than worse.
No joke about the gasoline drawers going to hell.
Can't beat them, join them. Allegedly. I don't know.
Yeah, no. All right, so they're taking a few minutes to get him in. But, I mean, isn't it supposed to start soon? What's the matter with these people?
I know, they need to hurry up with this 30-minute lag crap. So weird.
I'm tired of them.
I know. Let's strike. They'd be okay with it.
They'd shoot at us if we did that.
Yeah, that'd be it. Just don't let out. Well, let Alex maybe. I don't know. He can't anyway. He's dead. But
Okay.
like in that, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Nate says the program was established to help drug trafficking investigations. Trina asks what license plate reader is. Miller says the camera's normally positioned on routes utilized by drug traffickers. The camera focuses on license plate and create images while creating a XLM type text file. So I don't know what that means, but I'm glad they have it.
Gotcha.
That is, I mean, people don't think about that whenever they're like looking for, like, I'm going to help solve this crime. You don't have access
Right.
to this good stuff here the police has.
The only license plate readers we had, was when we'd play those games on long trips. Be like, I Spy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
License plate reader. I forget the game.
As many a license plate from different states and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's the good old days.
Short testimony. Lori did not choose to cross. Okay, Thomas Miller, the DEA is up now. Okay. Justin, you're scaring me. I was like, they surely didn't do it that fast. But see, there's like supposed to be that for children too. And I think it was KJ I heard talking about that there's like license plate readers to help with missing children if they're looking for, cars and stuff. Yeah.
Trafficking. Yeah.
I forgot now what the program is called.
Donna, get with the program. No, I'm being.
Yeah, exactly.
Snap
Nate-
into it.
Nate says Trina asked about the system used to access the information saved from the LPR license plate reader cameras. The headquarters for the program are in El Paso. Law enforcement can gain access to the platform. Diesel is the name of the program. Wow. Well, didn't know that. Diesel is the name of that law enforcement program. Very interesting. Yes, they keep up with us already. How much more can they know about it? Okay, so this is something we've already said. Justin Lum says Trina asked if law enforcement agencies with the DEA can access camera systems for the purpose of license plate reading. He says yes. So this is what's going to get him. This right here is going to get what's his name and in trouble they can get out of. Trina asks what information the cameras capture. It depends on the camera software and etc. Sometimes it will just be the back plate. Sometimes it will be the front plate. Sometimes it's both. And sometimes it's the entire vehicle. They have those in Memphis, like for red light cameras and all that. Send you a ticket when you didn't know you did anything. Okay. I can't wait. Y'all need to go on and do this thing. So Nate says the reader in Holbrook, Arizona captures the back plate and Trina moves to admit the exhibit. When he was supposed to be talking to Lori on her phone, when she had both the phones, he was riding around get his license plate to her.
She got two phones, one for the and one for the. I don't know the words. Anyways, oh, I don't remember the words. I don't need to sing it anymore anyway. So, one for the plug and one for the something.
Well, I hope it catches him going both ways.
I'm gonna leave that one alone. Catch them going both ways.
Yeah. Always saying something crazy.
Yeah, some questionable Google searches. Okay.
Yeah.
And Beach Bum says, "Don't make us check for DNA. Leave it on the like button." Okay, that was good.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I heard somebody say something.
If you think Lori's guilty, hit the like button.
But if you've already hit it, don't hit it again. We don't want you to take away your like.
Good point.
I think that you should be able to hit it 3 or 4 times. They need to change that.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that one alone too, Donna. You just looking right into them. Anyways,
that is me.
Jason keeps me on my toes. Okay, I have to like think of ways to not say stuff that's incriminating. That he's like, oh yeah, you know.
Oh, gosh.
There you go, Hawkeyes. Thank you. That's thinking outside the box. I know, Hawkeyes. And we thought about it one time, but we were already both live, so we didn't know how to do that. We had no idea. So I don't know.
Look at detectives' daughters like Donna just keeps digging in deeper.
Yeah. You get it, detective's
I'm
daughter.
like, what's really fun is I'm like the grandma that just says this stuff and I don't know what the hell I'm even saying.
That's makes it more fun. Okay, it makes it more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We see the image of the Jeep on the license plate reader with the Texas plate. It's captured on October 1st, 2019 at 6:52 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, traveling westbound on I-40.
Their goose is cooked. And by there, I mean Lori and her dead brother. That she said in her appeal she had nothing to do with. It was natural causes. She just
And
volunteered that information.
can you imagine that you would be in all this trouble and your daddy is been in court enough times to write books about it and he don't even come to see about you or see about any of this?
I know.
And you remember
Yep.
Lori said that she told somebody that her daddy, did she say it was the smartest or the holiest man who ever lived or something crazy? Because I remember
Uh-oh.
when she was a little girl, she said it, and everybody made fun of her because,
Oh no, she said spiritual giant.
oh, spiritual giant. Okay.
Yeah, I got clips of that. Dad,
Sorry.
you're a spiritual giant. Oh, whoa. Okay,
Exactly.
here
And nobody thought so.
we go. Hey,
All right. Do you want to get your next witness ready?
let me know if the sound is low like it was yesterday. If it is, then I will switch it to a different broadcast. Please. Look at her. Ugh. You know her breast stinks. I like the way you stand there. Just tell her again. Just say, get her out. Off with her head. Off with her head. Okay. I'm so proud of Brandon. Good job. Seems really calm in there today for some reason. Except for her, Jezebel. No, that's Abernathy, her advisory council. Hooker breath be hookering. Divergent, I love you.
Be seated when you get to your seats. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We had to resolve an issue this morning. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to why there was a delay getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table. And we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time. But at this time, the state's going to take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Daniel Moss.
All right, so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Walk around the court reporter up the ramp.
All right, right up here.
And if you can scoot in close to the mic. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Danny Moss, Dan Moss. I own a window tinting shop in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
And is it just you working there, or do you have others working for you?
We have other employees.
Okay. Do you have a website for your company?
Yes.
And How do you get business? Do people come in? Can they call you to get a quote? What happens when someone is interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They can email us through the website. There's a phone number on the website. They can call, text. Pretty much, we make it as easy as possible.
Okay. If someone calls, who answers? Is there like an office phone or?
There's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay. And if someone calls in and requests a window tint job, how do you set up sometimes to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. If that doesn't work for them, usually they can drop off the car before hours or after hours.
Okay. Do you ever send them like a text saying, we have an appointment available at this time? Would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Are there different levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see, not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is.
Okay.
So 5% window film only lets in 5% of the visible light. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5% VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that car?
No.
What about 20%? What is that?
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
Okay. And can people do different percentages like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with back on September 23rd and 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that. If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone, as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes, it does.
And do those relate to a phone call that was received on September 23rd at 1:54 p.m. from a 480-351-9120 number?
Yes.
And then sort of the business of tinting relating to that initial call.
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 183. I think that's what I said.
183 is a packet.
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit is admitted, you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close, 183.
All right, and if I could have the Elmo, thank you. All right. Let's start with sort of what is described in this as, let me zoom out. Were you contacted at some point by law enforcement and asked about an individual with that 480-320 number contacting your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and, in fact, putting tint on a Jeep?
Yes.
So did you provide law enforcement, starting with this first page of 183's attachments, a screenshot of your phone showing when you received that first call from the 480-20 number?
Yeah.
And so this was September 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And then that was at the 1:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it's a couple days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480-351, advise them that you had an appointment available?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little on this. Is this, I guess, the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting up a time for this individual to bring in their Jeep?
Yes.
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done?
Yes.
Okay. Was this a message that you sent out?
Yes.
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 a.m. and you're advising them that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put up, can you describe for us what we see here?
Looks like I'm cleaning some windows, just about ready to put some film on that door glass.
So this is you actually, you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with the 480-351 9120 number.
Yeah.
Now this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
When you are looking at a vehicle like a Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them?
Yes.
So when a vehicle has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to put tint on them?
All the time people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass, because the factory tinted glass is usually like a 20% VLT, and you just layer another dark layer on top of it.
Okay. So you don't have to try to take off that other tint. You're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning, we can see a spray bottle. You clean the glass before you put the next layer on.
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages of tint, in this case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
So if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
Yeah. If you slide a VLT meter on there, like all officers have usually in their car, it will usually net like 2% or 0% VLT.
And so would that mean you can't see anything in the back?
Yeah, dark.
So if someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you tried to walk by and look in there, you wouldn't be able to see it?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5%, and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Now, the 20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Okay. Now, we see that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
And I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay, so is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Okay. Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas. I
Texas?
guess.
Could I get you to speak up just a little bit? Thanks.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas,
Yes.
but you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system.
Correct. At the distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay. One other question in this. On this Jeep, did you note there was like a sticker down here on the
Yes.
front windshield?
Yeah.
So that was there when the Jeep was brought in and dropped off to you?
Yes.
When you are completed with the job, do you send a sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes.
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
Yes.
with the Texas license plate.
Yes.
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
Yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
Okay. And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall at this
Not
point?
that I can recall.
So other than knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the 2-door Wrangler associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner.
Correct.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Thomas Miller, Thomas, M-I-L-L-E-R.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, now let's go over up there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed and utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations and any other drug-related crimes in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software. It's called optical character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images, and simultaneously it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. You used the term LPR. Is that shorthand for something?
Yes, a license plate reader.
Okay. So it's easier for us to say LPR.
Yes.
Is there a system called Diesel that relates to the National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, Diesel is our tactical query and alert system, and it stands for the DEA Special Intelligence Link, and that's how we access the information that is saved from the LPR cameras.
Okay. So can law enforcement agencies outside of the DEA access this Diesel system to determine if any of the cameras have caught a specific license plate?
Yes. The El Paso Intelligence Center, where the Diesel platform is located, they will vet state, local, tribal, and other federal law enforcement personnel to have or gain access to our Diesel platform.
Okay. So certain law enforcement agencies can get access to Diesel to see if a license plate has been read on any of the cameras.
Yes, as long as it's they're ingested into our Diesel platform.
And by ingested, what do you mean?
After the LPR camera that does feed into the Diesel platform, it will go into the Diesel platform where they can access that.
Do all of these license plate readers capture like just a photo of the license plate, or is it the vehicle? What are we getting in this system?
Depending on the vendor camera and the OCR, or the optical character recognition software, it will sometimes give you a visual of just the plate, and then other times it'll be the back plate, possibly depending on the position of another camera, the front plate, and sometimes an overall picture of the entire vehicle.
Okay. So if someone is driving on an interstate where one of these license plate readers are located, depending on the camera, it may capture a photo of the vehicle and of their license plate?
Correct.
Okay. Do all of these license plate reader cameras just look at the back of vehicles?
No, a DEA will sometimes also place cameras that read the front license plates. Usually we do this more for tractor trailers or semi-trucks who have a front plate that is different than the plate on the trailer.
I want to talk to you about the license plate reader near Holbrook, Arizona. For that reader on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
It captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the 2 lanes on that road going westbound.
Okay. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach. Sir, if you can take a look at Exhibit 121. Let me know if you recognize the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
Yes, I do.
And does that contain an affidavit authenticating those records as well as a diesel citing of a license plate from your National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, it does.
And that's kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
State will move to admit pursuant to 803 and 902.
Objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
What was the number again?
121.
121's admitted. 121's admitted,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. If I can have that to publish, please. All right. Let's start with the first page of this. So is this a document that's part of the National License Plate Reader diesel system?
Yes, it is.
So in this case, when we're looking at the top here, first we see plate. Is that the plate that's associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD 0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain name, and a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And it's 6:52 Mountain Standard Time?
Yes.
At that time on October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here, we see highway name, you said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph, we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Mr. Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry?
Is it the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
There's one on Gilbert Road, isn't there?
That I'm not sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras that you have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep? Is that correct?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times, depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to defeat LPR cameras as well.
There are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Yes.
Interesting.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to that and move to strike defendant's comments.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer. All right, go ahead and ask your.
Sorry,
next
Your
question.
Honor. So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting was the only one in diesel.
Okay, so on October 2nd, you have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, October 2nd, or October 3rd, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And do you know how far from Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure the exact distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
I'm going to object to speculation. Witness has already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from Gilbert,
Again,
Arizona?
Object
This
to,
is the objection
That's fine.
sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
just briefly. So you told us that the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into diesel.
So let me ask this, are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to diesel?
No,
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, but does that mean that it's part of the diesel system?
no. In fact, there's so many different license plate reader programs out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in, that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you mean by that?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you said the amount of traffic. So if traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019, at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
And Judge, can we sidebar briefly?
Yeah, let's sidebar. All right, members of the jury, again, please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the feedback. I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to start at 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition. All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
Dude, I thought I was talking. I thought y'all could hear me whenever. Oh my God, I'm so dumb.
Not a word.
Sure. I mean, like, while they were talking, I was like, Lori should have went worked at McDonald's. She looks good at that with that headset on, or a call center. I mean, I was breaking in. Anyways,
We missed all that.
I nodded off. Okay, because I don't have my air on in here, and so I nodded off like 4 times.
It was kind of, that kind of stuff that's not all that,
It's not all that in a bag of chips, right?
well, it's very important, but it seems kind of, we've talked about percentages of being able to see through stuff.
Dark and light, and I mean, Chad should have went into the window tinting business. Maybe he would have, that would have scratched his itch on wanting to, 5%. Barry too, 5%, right? 95%, letting the light through and stuff. But anyways.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. You know what the headsets remind me of, Lamisa, are Jody Hildebrandt, Tim Ballard, and Ruby Frankie too, but how they wear, I think about the Mormon heads, basically, and they're always at the Silicon Valley or whatever, doing the things. And anyways, I don't have an example. I do, but I don't have it ready. How about that?
I had to I worked in customer service one time, and we had headsets, the ones that, I mean, it would answer when you're away from your desk. You could hit a thing and the microphone and all was there. And I was not good at it. At answering the phone.
Yeah.
I was good at handing other stuff to people that did answer the phones.
You're a good delegator. Yeah.
Yeah. I was administrative assistant, which meant I was everybody's helper.
There you go.
But at least I didn't have to answer the phone regular anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Because that gets old, when that's
in a
the same old.
And most of the time, people are not happy when they call
Right.
customer service. They just like, oh man.
Oh yeah, I made this and I keep forgetting to show you. So let me take the spanner down. And so I said, we got the bitch. I need to make it better though, because it's got Lori's silhouette, but we got the bitch. It's a little too big. So I will resize that. And because I don't want to put her mug on a mug, but
we're tired.
Not like a photo, because I dare her to sue me. I dare the bitch to sue me, but I don't know. I haven't looked into all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I'm going to upload a few things. Oh, wait. Hold on.
So I'm having to do all this math about when they start again. They start again at 3:15 our time.
I know, but did you not see this? my handy dandy thing I made. You gotta look. Be back at 1:15 p.m. I'm trying to be helpful because I'm not today. I'm useless today, I swear.
But it's so
Pretty
crazy in my brain to look that we'll be back at 1:15 when it's 2:29. So,
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to keep it on one time.
right.
You know.
And so if
Well, let me fix it then. Yeah.
No, that's fine. The people.
I'm gonna put Pacific.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, that's go ahead. I'm just chilling.
Just seeing what's going on in here in
the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
I'm telling you, I want to see Kit talk more.
Yeah, the drunk.
Tom Harrison is a fraud because he knew why he had those near deaths. You know, he knew why he was getting sick, and he did not put it in the books that way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think it's a cop out. I think it's an excuse for them to write books, to communicate, to dupe people, and instill fear.
Exactly.
Because I think that they're honest to God, I believe that Tom Harrison wrote about his remote viewing experiences. I'm not playing. It's a real thing. They can travel in the astral, whatever, and you can go look up the documents yourself. They just declassified them not too long ago. It talks about vibrations, hertz. Actually, I went and grabbed some documents from the CIA.gov that they had just declassified, and whenever I transferred them over to my Adobe, I was able to unredact all the things. That was I was like, oh, allegedly. Wow. Allegedly. So yeah, but the vibrations, all the things that they're talking about. So yeah. And they're using elements. They're using, go ahead.
No, it's not. I was just going to read a comment, but it's not.
Go ahead.
I was just like, she says she knew somebody who was administrative assistant, who was an event planner for a big university. An administrative assistant has a big job because they have to implement all the ideas of the person who gets paid way more and has way better comps and cards.
Yeah, kind of like a paralegal is to an attorney. A paralegal usually knows more, just like a nurse practitioner, but they don't have all the laws, whatever, all the regulations and the business part of it, basically, kind of.
Really, I'm better working independently by myself than assisting people, probably. I was like, oh my God. But,
yeah. Okay, let me put. Oh,
so I wonder what that was about. I guess we're not going to know.
I mean, we're not going to die.
That's true.
We'll find out. Look.
Yes.
See, this is not remote. No more remote viewing, saying this. This is somebody else. So I'm serious. Yeah, thank you, CSI. It's real. Have you ever thought about it? It's like the most voyeuristic thing ever. If it is, I'm just saying if it is real. I've never done it, allegedly. I don't think. But if they're astral traveling in their minds, then they can literally just kind of watch you without you knowing. Anyways, I don't know who is celebrating a birthday. Oh, my Uncle Bobby's birthday is today, but it's also the 6th anniversary of Tylee and JJ being unearthed from Chad Daybell's property. And then Tammy Daybell's mom, her death anniversary is yesterday as well.
Not only, I wouldn't mind going on Astro Cruise or Astro Panama City Vacation.
You just better not Astro glide your ass into Diddy's house, okay?
Yeah. Oh,
Just
hell,
saying.
man.
Yeah.
Like, it's
No,
kinda-
it's 6 years. It's 6 years. 2019, right? 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, 6 years. I was like, oh, girl. Oh, found. Yeah, found. Dead. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mahog Mom. Thank you, Little Brands, for holding me accountable. We do have video and stuff from the kids' memorials. I do. I was there in Idaho Falls when we had it. I thank you for reminding me. I don't know. I blocked so much stuff out, y'all. I'm telling you, it's just not been a good time for me. I noticed, Megan kind of struggling too at times. This ain't easy.
Disassociation is real, people.
Oh yeah, it's that, and I'm tired.
You got to separate myself from. It's like if you had to think about every terrible thing involved in this all at once, it would kill you. If you couldn't keep it in separate little holes for a minute.
CSI, what is an NP? I don't do well with what is it called? Acronyms. I just don't. Never have. It's making me think of NLP, which it took me forever to learn that. Thank you, Leanne. We will. Librarian says pain will change a personality over time. Absolutely. I've watched it happen to Jason and the traumatic brain injury. I mean, his personality has totally changed. And I'm like, oh my God, it's just different. A lot of adjustment. And CSI says, don't astroglide yourself into Diddy's house.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, hell. You said astro, you want to astro glide, you said astral something slide. And so I told you not to do it to okay, KJ.
You gonna drop a link?
Okay. Yeah, I get confused and I sit there and stare at it and I'm like, which one? Here you go, boo. It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Come on with your bad self.
Oh, I actually have a Lori. Okay, so I have some of the stuff from my Uncle Charles's house from whenever my mom and Larry and his sons came. They all went to his Houston house, Uncle Charles's Houston house, to get what Lori did not ransack and take. And so anyway, so there were boxes and boxes of things and papers. Hold on, KJ, I'm gonna bring you up in just 1 second. And there was in the bottom of this one it was like an office stuff. It had paper clips in it. It was nothing fancy, the stuff that was in the box. But at the bottom of the box, there was a crumpled up note that was actually it was written by Zach Cox to Uncle Charles. And you could tell it was like by the end of 2018. He might have actually wrote 2018 on the top of it, but he was just thanking Uncle Charles for being such a good man and teaching, Zach learned a lot from him and he wanted to be like a father and a good provider and everything like Charles had exhibited in front of him. And so, it was real sweet. But then also, and I'm thinking Lori might have crumpled that up, and kind of, I'm sure. Okay. And so there was also it was mailed from Arizona to the Houston house. So she might have opened it there, or I don't know. Uncle Charles was dead. But it was Lori caught on one of those traffic cams on June 15th, 2019. And it was her in her Infiniti Q45 at a traffic light. And she got a ticket and it mailed to my Uncle Charles's house, right? And she ripped it up. And so I taped it back together. And I was like, I debated on whether or not to send it to the police, but yeah, she was caught on a traffic cam in the city of, it was in what, Gilbert, Mesa, I don't know, Phoenix. It was around their home. Bringing up KJ. Trigger warning. No, I'm big. Don't you cuss me. Good morning.
Hey,
Or,
hey, hey.
hey, hey.
How's it going?
Not much. I mean, not much. I'm sorry.
Did you hear
No.
Lori in her cross-examination of that last witness go, hmm.
Mm-mm.
You didn't hear that? And Trina objected and said, we don't need that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's got to get a little 1-2 punch in there, don't you know? She ain't got a
Yeah,
damn
she tried.
snowball's chance in hell.
Where do y'all want me to mail it? Hold on. They're saying I need to mail it. Well, who do I mail it to? You know? Because I mean, it's from law enforcement, so it's like, what am I gonna do? But I will.
I don't think a ticket's gonna make one damn bit of difference one way or the other. She's a serial killer lifer. That's what she is.
You know what? It would be the icing on top of the cake if she had to pay a ticket on top of that, knowing that she's getting like when she gets commissary, it's like what is that called? You pay restitution. Restitution. She has to pay that first. And so I wonder how she dodges all that. They do.
I guess the question is who's putting money on her commissary?
Dudes. And they're out there, KJ. So don't even get worked up over that shit because they're just morons. It's the weirdest thing. I've witnessed it myself. People get stupid and they think these people are rock stars. Look at Gypsy Rose. Look at Gypsy Rose. I don't understand.
How about this? Everybody's in Karen Reed's on Karen Reed's side here. I think she dang hit him. I think she was drunk and she hit him. And why can't people just accept that? It's so easy to say, oh, it was this big conspiracy. These policemen, they were gonna frame her. Give me a break, y'all. She was drunk. She ran into his ass and left. I don't understand why people want to, poor Karen Reed.
Well, okay, so little one right here is, I asked like, how do you think she's getting around this? And she's like, I think she's doing hair in exchange, which is, yeah. And then they like side swipe each other's books, I guess, like, hey, if you get commissary here, then I'll put mine in yours, or I don't know. There's got to be a way around it. Chris Watts, Mohawk Mom says, people also put money on Chris Watts' books. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, she is going to know all about commissary when she gets back to Pocatello there. She's going to have her commissary, and there's going to be some big burly girl in there that's going to say, I want what's on your commissary. And if not, I'm going to kick your butt.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Well, how do I find that out? Like, where do I go to find or get those records? Do I go to the jail website or something?
You have to put in a Freedom of Information Act, I think.
Well, I got the money. I just don't know where to do all these things. So if somebody could just hold my hand, we can get some new footage, some new shit to talk about.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Kresha. I was so convinced this morning with the delay and everything that there was something big going to happen and everything. And really, I think what it was about, and Donna, this is to your point that we might not find out, but this is just a good guess. They were all coordinating these witnesses. First of all, they did these witnesses out of order. So maybe that's what it was, but I don't understand why you got to clear the courtroom for that. I don't understand that. You can still have a sidebar or whatever and talk about this stuff. It had to be something more than that. And what is this MCO officer doing in there in the first place?
Well, I did it. I ran it through ChatGPT. Did you hear what it said? The would-be could-be's? Okay. Do you want to?
Yeah, let's go through them again because I didn't get a chance to really listen to that. I was too busy thinking it was a freaking big deal or something.
Okay. Usually it gives me an option where it'll read it. Okay. Hold on, let me
I,
take a sip. then.
KJ, I said she found the sickest person in the whole prison and she went and kissed him right on the mouth so she could get something so she actually would be sick.
Good for her. So, you know what? For her slinging
That's what I
gay,
think.
for her slinging gay slurs at Brandon, she sure is full. She is amongst a lot of like-minded people, like sex people, same sex. That's all I'm saying. So
I'm
you know,
telling you, she's
would
gonna.
that
She's
make her
got the
gay?
perfect
You know,
environment. She's got the perfect
project.
environment for her narcissism.
Woo! Oh my gosh. Okay. So based on the live update, so this is from earlier. So please just know that anybody just joining and didn't hear this earlier, we were wondering why the judge evacuated everybody out, or, just got everybody to leave out of the courtroom earlier this morning. So I'm just going to read what my chat GPT suggested possibilities could be. So this is not fact. This is just opinion. So it says, based on live updates from Nate Eaton, here's what could be happening in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. The sudden clearing of the courtroom and the sidebar with the judge, parties, and a Department of Corrections officer strongly suggests an unexpected legal issue or procedural matter has arisen. Here are a few possibilities. LVD's behavior or a dispute. This could be Lori Vallow Daybell is representing herself pro se in this trial, and there have been previous instances where her conduct led to her temporary removal from the courtroom or warnings from the judge. It's possible her behavior or a heated exchange with the judge or prosecution could have prompted this. The sidebar is often used to discuss sensitive matters that shouldn't be heard by the jury or the public. The next thing it says, issues with a witness or evidence. A problem might have come up, which we heard that, right? Detective Pillar. I wonder if Lori wants to cross-examine him another time, like she did Brandon. Anyways, a problem might come up regarding the testimony of the current witness, Gilbert Detective Ryan Pillar, or a piece of evidence being presented. This could be a legal objection, a question about admissibility, or a witness becoming uncooperative. We know he probably wasn't uncooperative. He's the damn case agent. So security or logistical concerns. The involvement of a Department of Corrections officer might indicate a security issue, a concern related to Lori's custody, or a logistical problem with the courtroom or facility, which we know there are people standing in line already for lunch, to get in. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. A motion or request from one of the parties. Well, I'm sure Lori, she loves to write the motions, huh? Either the prosecution or Lori Vallow Daybell might have made an urgent motion or request that required an immediate discussion with the judge outside the presence of the jury and the public. This could range from a motion to suppress evidence to a request for a continuance. It could be a health or personal matter. Due to Lori's chlamydia, anyways, while less likely to involve a Department of Corrections officer in a sidebar, there could be a health concern for someone involved in the trial, Lori, a juror, attorney, etc., or a personal issue that requires immediate attention. The fact that Judge Bresky will likely explain, even vaguely, which was quoted by Nate Eaton, suggests it's something that needs to be addressed on the record, but the details might be sensitive or involve privileged info. The large public turnout and people waiting to get in after lunch also highlight the public interest in this trial, making any interruption more noticeable. Okay.
Well,
So,
Paisley Dream says Lori was bright red when she first came into the courtroom this morning. What,
let's
she's
look.
blushing, she's embarrassed. What's going on? She shit her pants, or what happened to her? I mean, why was she bright red? Was she wearing the wrong foundation? Too much blush? What?
Okay. Well, look, I paused it on this because she was staring at them. So, see her?
I'm telling you,
Here's Brandon.
it's got to have
Boom.
something to do with the officer there that came in. Why would he even be there? Why would he even be there to talk in that sidebar? Right? So it has to be that. And then maybe they took that time to also go over that there was going to be like the witnesses were going to, go out of order or something like that. Or maybe Lord, hey, this whole thing about an uncooperative witness. What if they served Melanie Gibb or Zulema and they're being uncooperative?
Does it look like she cried here? It does, huh? I mean, I'm just kind of, blowing. I've grabbed a screen grab of it, and I don't know. She
I don't.
looks
Can
puffy
you
with it.
zoom in on that?
I mean, I am at 278% right now. That's as far as I can go. But I mean, she just looks puffy, but she has been looking puffy. So
I don't know. It must be the jail food they're giving her. They ain't giving her the
yeah,
right kind of kosher meal. I guess them oranges and that broth has just puffed her up. She's
did
got a
you
little
see?
water
She's
retention.
looking dead, or is she looking at Trina? I don't know who she's looking at.
Well, from what I understand, have you
There's
even
my
talked
mom's
to
head
your
right
mom
there.
about? Have you talked to
No,
your mom at all about the fact that everyone's saying that she keeps looking back at your mom, like she wants to meet
I
eye
mean,
contact with your mom?
my mom's pretty observant, I haven't. I feel like I'm bugging her, like I don't.
Yeah, but
She texted me last night, but I don't sweat all these little things,
no, but
because
why
I mean,
would
she's right there.
everybody's
Trust
saying
me.
that though? Everybody's saying she keeps looking back at Kay and not
And
Trina Kay.
but you don't think that people in the courtroom are telling my mom that too? Because
Hey,
I
do
do
you
want to
think-
know though.
is Nancy Joe sitting with Kay? That could be part of it too.
This is mom right here. I don't know. Let me go back over here and see if it'll pan that way. Let's see.
Where is your mom?
My mom is, well, she's right here.
Over here.
This is Jenny.
Okay.
This is Brandon. Jenny,
Okay.
and this is my mom. Okay. And we're not scanning that way. So
Okay, let's see if she turns her head and looks at Kay.
well, that's what she did. That's where I grabbed the picture. See?
There it is right there.
Yeah. Okay, I'm backing it up. All I did was take a freeze frame from that, and anyways, from this, I mean. So,
I guess Lori wanted to look at your mom so she could kind of get an idea of what a real woman looks like.
but it also looks like she could be looking at Trina, so I'm a little confused. I put it in slow motion.
I think Lori's pea green with envy over Trina Kay because
There we
Trina
go.
Kay's beautiful and she's
Now,
got a great body and beautiful
Trina's
hair. And
right
smart.
here. Let's see. Look. Where she's here. She's looking just this way. She gonna look back?
I hope your mom looks at her and smiles. Just gives Lori a great big smile. And maybe your mom could like bring in some really good, maybe something, put it in her purse, something yummy like a candy bar or something, and then just start eating it in front of her. You take your jail food and shove it where the sun don't shine, and I'm gonna
Trina right here.
this yummy candy bar.
I wish Trina right here would just slap her in the back of her head right here. What? It looks like she's walking right over to her. Wham.
Hey, do you notice that Lori's been coordinating with Trina Kay? Yesterday,
Yes.
the last time they were both wearing gray. Now they're both wearing black. I guess they find out what the prosecutor is wearing, and then her advisor there gives her the outfit to match Trina Kay.
The intel.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, that's not coincidence. They were both wearing gray on Friday. Now they're both wearing black. Okay. I guarantee you, if Trina Kay came in there wearing bright red, Lori would find some way to find a red outfit.
I wish she would. That'd be very fitting.
She needs to wear that red color called serial killer, blood red.
Yeah, I saw that color recently at Dillard's. No, I didn't see it.
I'm serious.
No, I'm not a waitress red.
Yeah. Well, no, but red is a symbolism of the second coming, which made me wonder, JJ in his pajamas, they're red, whatever. But so I told Mom the first hearing that Lori, when she was extradited from Kauai to Idaho, I told my mom, I was like, wear red. Because by that time I had already researched some and I learned that that's what that symbolized. And because there's this book written by this one lady who was part of Warren Jeff's crap, and she testified she wore red. I think that's the woman.
Yeah, he really
I
would have hated
saw
that.
red when
I
I
can see he
opened
would hate
up the
that.
door. I saw red. My heart just spilled onto the floor. Okay, I'm through singing now.
Never heard that. Who sings
You've
that?
never heard that song, I Saw Red, by what's the name of them? They're an 80s group. Oh man, I can't even think of who they are.
I
But
know Simply Red.
yeah.
Lady
Lori
in
doesn't
red.
know that Chad loves her by now. She's never gonna know it, right?
Oh yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, you think Chad Daybell is? I mean, he doesn't get to watch TV or anything on death row, does he?
He just his left hand don't let his right hand know what that's doing.
Oh
That's
well,
all.
I'll
That
tell
way,
you what his left hand and his right hand.
that's what I'm saying. That way
guys
it
are
can be
doing.
strange, KJ. It can be strange. That way it's
Yeah,
like,
well, he's finding out real quick that he don't have the big kielbasa. He has the little itty bitty gherkin. There you
yeah.
go, y'all. I've done said it.
Oh
I bet
crap!
you
I just
anything he does have some kind of to tablets and stuff, because almost all of them do now. It's crazy, you know.
now all he has instead of wine fire, now all he has is a fire stick.
That's it, just me. It's the band Warrant, and they do that song "I Saw Red." And then
Oh,
we've got over here, we got Golden Rule saying "Red, red wine."
I still love that song. And then Lady in Red by Simply Red.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what I thought of.
But you know what did you say, Kresha? Nobody else on the freaking any social media platform at all could share the information that you did about Lori's favorite songs. Remember that?
I want to know
Wait,
what's in that bucket underneath the cabinet over there. There's a 5-gallon bucket, and I've been seeing that bucket all week, and I was sort of, what's in that 5-gallon bucket?
It looks like a trash can, or has like maybe that's where their gloves go for the police. I don't know, because it looks like
That's
a
probably
hospital.
that's probably.
No, Kresha, remember you said the songs that Lori danced to?
Oh, they were because they were in the documents. You see,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They were.
I'm trying to remind you of all that you've shared.
It was
I mean, that others
Cool Rider.
didn't share.
It was Cool Rider. Which is an 80s song.
So
Our Lips
disgusting.
Are Sealed. Let's Make Love by Faith Hill. And Let's Get This Party Started. And
Damn her.
Let's get this party started. She's nothing. She's gonna know what a party is when her butt ends up being some submissive to some dang burly woman over there in Pocatello Women's Prison.
do you remember though, KJ, how when Summer said that, I'm sorry, Lori said that her and Summer can have a whole conversation in nothing but movie quotes. Okay, so
That's
with that in
creepy.
mind, well, hold on. With that in mind, what do you think those songs were really for? She might have danced to them too, but they were to communicate things. Our lips are sealed. Come on now.
They
I'll
talk
look
in
all these up.
code in different ways.
Yes, that's
And
what
you know
this
what?
is.
The interesting part is, I mean, we're not talking about something somebody's just figured out. Everybody can tell. There's been demonstration of them doing this code speak stuff. And let me ask the question: what kind of faith is going to have secrets? If it's real faith, you are not going to have no secret damn code. You're not going to be hiding. You're not going to
There's
be
no
doing none
higher
of that.
knowledge. Knowledge is man. It's not to do with God.
Be throwing that good news out there.
Yeah, I really can't
can
help
tell you
those
right
things.
now, anything you've got to hide like that, if you say it's a religion or it's faith, that's some
Then it's
scary
not
stuff
God,
right
boo.
there. That's scary.
So just think about this. This will kind of throw you for a loop. When Lori says that she's Jesus's favorite, just know that I've learned through the Hamblin case study, in that case, that they speak openly, publicly. They say all the things we say, but they say it's opposite day. There's all kinds of games that they play, like opposite day.
Do you really think that? I don't want you to be
Yep,
cynical or
I do.
facetious. I'm asking, do you really, truly believe that Lori thinks that she's a favorite of Jesus? Do you think she
It's the
really
Dark
believes that?
Lord. It's the dark one. It's the dark one. I'm telling you, they're confused.
Oh, they're not confused. They're dang blinded, but they know right from wrong. And if they didn't,
I
at least
mean,
they know
about their
it's not,
fundamental, at
you
the
know,
I think at
fundamental
this
level.
point she does know. I think at this point she does know.
I mean,
Okay, next to
regardless.
Nancy Joe, Yvette says if she was there today. Oh, no.
Oh, I
nothing.
don't know. I don't know. My Aunt Nancy Joe. I hope I don't freak her out. What do you think about Nancy Joe, KJ?
Who exactly is Nancy Joe? I'm sorry, I don't know everything.
She is who went out with
Oh yeah,
Uncle
yeah.
Chet.
She's the one that went out with Charles the night before he was murdered.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay, now that makes sense because she's only been brought up once, and that was in the trial that I recalled. And I know you probably covered it way before those trials and probably all that, but you know, KJ don't know everything. I
Yeah,
don't
but I mean,
know
it's
her.
my family, so I'm expected to, you know. If
What does she look like?
you didn't see her in the last row?
I didn't. I mean, I'm talking about what does she look like? Like, and I don't mean that like appearance. What does she look like to you in terms of like a person? I guess I should have
Oh,
said it that way.
I
I
call
know
her.
what she looks like. She's
My
way better
nickname
looking
for
than
her.
Lauren.
My
I got
nickname for
something I
her.
want to tell y'all.
My nickname for her is Aunt Nancy Joe.
Oh,
Right. She gave my Uncle Charles a voice that I didn't even know was missing. She really did like stand up and stand out. And it's like I didn't know that we needed her voice, but whenever we saw how Lori reacted to that, to her, and was like, my husband, we were not getting divorced, you know, but we know Lori throughout this whole thing was telling her family that Charles was cheating on her with hookers, but yet she's saying we were not getting divorced. You know, she's so full of shit.
Opposite town.
is it, Nancy Joe said, "Don't flatter yourself," right? Or
Yeah.
isn't that what she
Mhm.
said?
Yep.
Was
Hey.
was that Nancy Joe who said that, or was it someone else?
Yes. Nancy
Okay.
Joe.
Don't flatter yourself. There you go. That's what. Yeah, that was the. You need to have a shirt or some kind of.
I do.
You do. It says, "Don't flatter yourself."
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'll have to check it
I have a
out.
whole merch store that Donna started. I've been
Really?
We'll
filling up.
work on it. We'll work on it this afternoon some more. How about that too? Whenever we're
Thank
doing
you.
this, but
That's
hey, there's
awesome.
something that has come down. There's a order that has come down that Joe Schmo has posted on Twitter, and I'm gonna try to bring it up if I can figure out how to use this machine anymore that we've been doing. So let's see, share screen. Joe Schmo. Got this order here. Can you see it? Oh, got it up there.
Let me see.
Let's make it bigger.
I'm
gonna try to make it
well,
bigger.
there, Donna, you're walking into
It
it.
has something to do with this morning. If the order's out, we'll see what it
It
is.
says it is ordered authorizing the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office to transport the defendant to court using any means necessary to include
Right.
force to secure the attendance of the defendant to her trial at 6:04, 2025, 10 a.m. And then it's got a repeat of it. I guess every morning the
Oh.
order's in.
Holy shit.
I'm
Okay,
telling
this is
you.
okay. Here we go again. It is ordered directing the clerk and court to seal the non-party Maricopa County Sheriff's Correctional Health Notice relating to the defendant's health status filed 603, not to be opened without further order to the court. So we got that she's sealed up and she has to come no matter what if they have to force her. Well, good.
That's what it was all about, y'all. That's
Skull
big
dragger.
deal if you think
Skull
about it.
dragger. What a
Wonder what was
wench.
going on. Wonder what was going on, Crusher. You think she was giving them hell when they said it's time to be transported, or
She
What
was
do you
like,
think?
I don't want to go. Y'all don't feel sorry for me today? Yeah, I don't
She
know.
would, and I guess they must have told the judge she's being very uncooperative. She is dragging ass. They're probably
She
telling her
don't want to
that.
come. She just don't want to come today.
I want to hear the comments. What do y'all think this means?
Mm.
Was that
What's his
beach bum,
name?
Donna? Is that today's date?
Shit, can you go back, Donna? I'm trying to look it up so I can grab it and then
Okay.
put it in my Canva app so I can blow it up. So I
Okay,
can read it.
okay.
That would make sense. CSI's asking too. Was that today? Was that ordered today? And then
Yeah.
you got on top of that the officer that was there in court. So this must have happened this morning.
I'm sorry. It's like, do you know how to use this machine? No. Here, I'm coming with it.
Oh, I found it. I finally
I'm
found
sorry,
his.
little ones. I'm sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut while Donna and
No, you're
Tricia
right. You're right.
figure it out.
So have you got it up there?
I mean, I have his ex. Okay, yeah, I do. Yep. Okay, so that was 10 minutes ago, and yeah, Donna's telling the truth. I don't know if y'all can see mine. I made mine a little larger, so I'm gonna
Put it up there.
try.
And I'm gonna see. I'm gonna check and see if Nate is saying something.
Oh damn. Okay.
Were you still needing it? I'm sorry.
Well, no, I just switched it over. It's okay. It's okay. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we're
just
just
try.
trying. If this was an order that was put out this morning, then
10 minutes ago.
this explains everything.
Joe Schmo gets the documents first. Yeah.
Well, you need to get with Joe Schmo when you're talking about doing these these freedom
He's
of
at the courtroom. He's in the courtroom. He's in the trial, so he's not here. But he was with me last night.
Okay.
We are you making good use of Joe Smo as we're really enjoying his company, and
He really is.
He is the first rate one. And Trace
first
says he just is sweet in person and just like having a good brother. Just like having a good brother. That's exactly what she told me.
Yeah, it says Wednesday's orders posted online this morning. This is from JS Media. It says online this morning. Repeat, Wednesday, forcible transport order and an order to seal the non-party Maricopa County Sheriff and Correctional Health Services notice relating to defendant's health status. The results of her assessment. Ew. That's interesting. And then this one. Oh, okay. Let me grab this and copy it.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of this here. Then
I don't know. Mine's a little larger, so maybe people can see it better. I don't know.
Share it, girly.
I did. Can you pull it up?
There it is.
Is it? Okay, don't look that much larger. Let's see. Okay, let me find my way out of this. Yeah, it just says this. Wednesday's orders posted online this morning. Repeat, Wednesday. So this is last Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's
that
when
wasn't-
it did just come out, even though we didn't
10
know
minutes
what
ago.
Yeah.
It says, 10 minutes ago, forcible transport order. But I mean, it's interesting to know what the hookerella is doing.
Well, the thing about it, even if this is pertaining to last Wednesday, why do they have an officer from the jail in there in a sidebar this morning? Wonder
maybe it still pertains to that. Maybe he was there dragging her. I don't know.
I bet you he's tattling on her. I bet you anything he's telling all the tales she told on the way over there. I bet he's saying, y'all better get this lady done with because I'm sick of bringing her over here.
Man, I don't know how my uncle didn't kill her. I'm telling you.
Hey, Beach Bum says that Lori's been coughing here and there. She says, yeah, this is probably she's tried playing sick. That's the reason for MCSO was there for the hearing. And the reason she's been coughing here and there, she's going to say it's a mistrial and file an appeal.
How can you be a mistrial? She wants to have 2 trials at one time. She
I'm
wants to be
telling you.
sick but not there. She wants her rag belt, but she wants to show it. She wants the judge gone. Mm-mm.
She kissed a girl with mononucleosis. She kissed a girl with COVID. She kissed all of that today. And she's sick now, y'all.
I don't know.
She did
She's
she is conniving as conniving could be.
This is her being defiant. That's all it is. She's not getting her way, so she's pouting and making it difficult.
Donna and Caresha can't try to answer this. So was the guy that was in the courtroom this morning a transport officer, or was he just a representative at the jail?
It says, well, I don't know who was there this morning. Wait, let me look.
Nate did say something. I think
it was a department. It was a Department of Corrections officer.
So it has to be the one transporting her. I mean, why would they be there?
Yeah. I'm gonna hold on. I'm doing this. I have to do all kinds of things in order to scrape the text off of things and then put it in my chat GPT. This is how I figure out the world now. I'm like, tell me what this means. It helps me put my thoughts together.
Yeah, well, Jermaine says that it might be in order for her again today, but court won't release those docs 4 days. They released the one from last Wednesday, and maybe we'll see another one here in the next couple of days, and 2 and 2 will equal 4, right?
Yeah, that sounds perfect. I am very patient.
I can guarantee you this. There's no reason to clear the courtroom out. I don't understand it.
Okay, it says... Of course, they're 30 minutes ahead of us, but Nate's saying that they're back in the courtroom and there's few empty seats this afternoon in the gallery, but not many. So if there's empty seats, that means that Trace got in.
Okay. Good.
I hope,
Yeah. Yeah.
Trace said this morning, whenever I talked to her real early, she said that there was people from all over there, from other states. And she said this one couple she talked to had drove all night long to come and stand in that damn line this morning.
That's wild. But that's how it kind of goes, when you get towards the end of a trial. This is not going to be a very long one. And so they kind of want to just see the spectacle,
Yeah, she's a freak show. She's a clown show.
Absolutely, KJ.
But in her mind, she's the goddess, and everybody's got to look upon her beauty.
What did she tell Judge Boreski yesterday? She is not considerate, but
yeah, she says I have been considerate. He said, "No, you have not." And
it's not considerate, but.
She got louder than he did. She got much louder than he did.
It was courteous.
Courteous, yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And the way she said, it was manipulative, the way she said, do not talk. You do not have to yell at me too, or something like that. And I was like, too, or whatever the hell she said. It was just one of those words that adds things on. I had to go back and watch just to see if he had yelled at her first because of what she said, and he didn't yell at her at all. I don't think.
That's what I did. I had to go back and listen to, but definitely he was not any louder, and then she got louder. But she's probably
he's allowed to be, right?
With other people that way, because if somebody told you that and you were arguing and you couldn't play it back to see if you got loud, you might think, well, maybe I did get loud, and and fall into it. She probably was used to fighting with people. One-on-one that way a lot. I just imagine she was a devil to live with. And if Charles didn't work out of town,
she was raised in that kind of environment,
Well, I can tell you common sense always rules the day. All right. Now, Paisley Dream says she was fussing. They didn't want the jury to possibly overhear, and they didn't want the courtroom, which they cleared out, to see her in there, wiggling her finger or bouncing up and down or whatever because they knew Nate Eaton and other news organizations were going to be in there. That's a good point. That's why they cleared the courtroom. She had some kind of freaking midlife
Melvin,
crisis
her
type of.
programming's falling apart.
Yeah, she had some
We're
kind of
just trying to
freak
hold her
out.
together. Yeah, we're trying to hold her together and just get through it. She can go back to freaking Idaho.
This judge, I mean, probably nothing would make his life easier than to just tell her to go fuck it. And
Yeah. Oh, no, you go, girl. She just F-bombed. I love it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we cut that out later? So,
yeah, thank God we're 30 minutes ahead of time.
Hey, I'll change the subject when Trace in the case talks about having a candy stash. If Trace is listening, or y'all can put in the comments, tell her to eat that while Lori looks at her and just kind of, it's so good, Lori. It's so delicious. Kind of lick up and down the candy bar. You know what I'm saying?
And then reapply. Yeah, reapply your lip gloss. The biggest tube you can find.
DJ Norman says Lori needs hormone stat.
She's got younger periods,
She is a goddess who is virginal. She's a virgin now. She's already reverted back to her translation. She is a virgin. She doesn't know man yet. That's why when she goes to Pocatello Women's Prison, she's not going to know about the big sausage. She's going to know about the tuna fish.
Pocatello. Hey, Jay.
No cuss word for KJ.
Was Purgatory the place where she was? Is it called Purgatory?
No, that's where Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand were.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Look, Donna. Trey says that Trina K says just extended her hand toward Lori and said, assuming we keep going, not sure what that meant. Wow.
What? So Trina K looked at Lori and said, assuming we keep going. Oh, shit. That ain't good. Am I thinking that wrong?
I'm telling you, she kissed a girl. Y'all
hey, Donna, read out loud Trace's tweet again here, or this comment. Read it out loud.
You get in the right place.
I feel like it's trickery when KJ says that.
Well, I have no idea. That's not it. I'm sure the one I'm supposed
to say. It says
Trina just extends her hand towards Lori and says, assuming we keep going. Not sure what that meant. Oh my God. I have no idea. Trey says she has no idea what's going on.
I don't either.
Is the jury in there while she's saying that?
I mean, it's 2 minutes. Okay, let me look. I
think so. Forensic scientist, retired officer Marianne Robb will be called to Trina to continue direct with Ryan Pillar. I don't understand that.
Ryan Pillar?
Because that's naming two different people. I don't understand it, but I'm going to post it.
Let's see. Nate, he had put back in the courtroom at 1:09. So they were a little early, right? And a few empty seats this afternoon in the gallery, but not many. So you said that. 1:13 p.m. It says Lori just walked in with her files. Her advisory attorneys are at the defense tables. Trina K, Detective Pillar, and paralegal are at the prosecution table. Boreski is on the bench and asks who will testify. Next witness is Emmy Lynn Sapanaso. She's a neighbor. Okay. I'm sorry. A retired forensic scientist. Followed by Lisa Perry from the Mesa Police Department and Marianne Robb, the Fargo police officer lady from Gilbert Police. Detective Pillar will then take the stand. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. Oh, shit.
DJ Norman says that Lori will lose her temper recommend if she's kissing girls.
They like that, DJ. You know that. Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
So when Detective Pillar comes on, he's only there for cross-examination, right?
I don't know.
Yes, he's on cross, but she'll get to redirect.
Okay. So it's not the direct examination of Detective Pillar's already happened. They went out of order.
Right.
Lori's got to cross-examine Detective Pillar,
I
which
don't
to
like
me,
that.
I think this is going to be good. I think this is
Well,
going to be good when she
actually,
cross-examines, because hey, he's the one. He's the case manager thing. He's the deal. And she's got to figure it out. And I guarantee you she's going to have a bunch of irrelevant questions, just like she did with Brandon Boudreaux, because their advisor sat down and wrote out a bunch of questions. Lori didn't think all this stuff up by herself.
here, KJ, look. All right.
Getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Look, you saw Judge Bresky? You got to watch his face.
Let me see his face.
Watch him. Okay, and go.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time
talking about me.
Boom.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not.
Whole date. So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole.
Did you see him though? He like raised his eyebrow, like, whoa.
I am the CIA.
The gall of that
So you
lady.
spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't.
I love it. Oh, she is something else.
Oh my goodness.
Oh hell, what did I do? Okay. Here and we go here. No, this is not this. Look, they're going slow because I left them slow. But I'm just gonna put it on here so it'll be on there. Okay. Oh damn, I didn't change this. Yeah, I did. She's happy, see? I noticed that they bleeped out the numbers, like they redacted the phone numbers that they testified to. I don't know if y'all noticed.
They're asking if my deal is, if I had planned a speech, and of course I know that Trina K is way better speaker than me, but if I was going down through how I was going to lay out a story, it would mess me up to interrupt me in the middle of one of my witnesses and have to come back 3 days later. But because the jury will lose track of what he said the first time.
And then you know what?
It's
also very telling too. So
let me just say something. Let me just cut through Lori's bull crap. The bottom line is it's the state's case to put on, and if they want to put their witnesses out of order, they can damn well do it the way they want to do it.
Sure.
She wants to bring up this stuff about, isn't this going to confuse people? She can kiss my country butt.
It's like she wants to go in there and start changing procedure.
I think it was her fault that they got out of order anyway, because we'd have been way ahead. Yes. She's making them juggle all the time.
It was all because of Brandon. She wanted to get her stuff from that, who I'm assuming she pissed off, her private investigator or whatever the hell, Jeff White. And I think he dug up trash on Trina.
Yeah, and Fancy Nancy says it all because Lori faked being sick. I mean, who in the hell's going to come into a courtroom in a wheelchair on Monday, and by Wednesday, she's just fire shooting every question she could think of to Brandon Boudreaux. So the woman's a faking, malingering jerk.
That mononucleosis is a terrible thing.
Well,
I'm not letting go of my idea.
But Lori said herself that she's her life is pretty much over. She said that in her interview.
Well, this Love Always was asking about an exhibit that Lori wanted so much for Brandon. Well, how about this? Why in the heck? They were just talking about how this investigator, they finally tracked him down. They got all this other evidence, and I haven't heard any of it yet. Lori being able to say anything to anyone. She has showed no pictures that I'm thinking of, or has she?
It was the pink pony stuff she was wanting to enter. It had to
Exactly.
have been.
I'm sure that lady was late for court out there printing pictures of Brandon dancing at the pink pony.
Exactly. I mean, if you kind of fill in the blanks, that's what it appears to be.
Well, am I wrong that the Pink Pony is a restaurant or is it a
Yes.
nightclub?
It was a bachelor party, and so whether they went to a restaurant and then a club, and Brandon being the designated driver, I mean, I don't get,
It's a nice restaurant. That's what I read, is that it's an upscale restaurant. It just has a weird name, and it's had that same name for 50 years. Most of the places named Pink Pony probably
It
are strip
doesn't-
clubs, but this one
when
happens
guys-
to be
when
happens
guys
to be a
goof
nice
around-
restaurant,
Oh.
like Ruth Chris or something. It's a steakhouse.
Oh. But when guys goof around, that doesn't mean they're gay.
Right.
That doesn't mean they're
No.
like Alex Cox Googling trannies after
Well, I'll
Tammy's
tell
murder.
you what. I mean, if Brandon's sitting there on the stand, he's got 4 children.
And
He's
a
been
new
married
wife.
10 years. How can he be gay? I mean, well, I mean, he's
that
yours.
happens, but I mean, we know, just like with Joe, she projected, and she may have. I'm not going to sit here and look. Joe's not here to defend himself, and I'm not going to discount Colby's story. It does me no good. Okay, it doesn't make anything absolve itself. So I just stay neutral. But we know, I believe, this is my opinion, I believe that Lori did project that onto Joe. She's a character assassinator. And this is her MO. This is her, whatever it's called, operandi crap. It's what she does.
Yeah, well, how about
what
this,
these people
Christian?
do.
Christian, try this on for size. I've been saying it for 5 years. Okay, a little justice through understanding. She is the queen of projection. She projected everyone that she killed and murdered as being demon possessed and all that. And all along, she was the one. She was the one that was demon possessed.
Exactly. And same for Melanie, same for the other Melanie, same for Joseph Smith. Even I've went all the way back with this.
Everything she accused somebody else of doing, she does herself.
They're doing, yeah.
Everything.
It's interesting. It really is. So, I mean, it's pretty much easy to spot it, though. Once you know what she does, it's very easy to point out. I mean, remember whenever she asked Chad to check Tylee or something because she cleaned her room, and he's like, "Oh yeah, she definitely was switched." It's like this inverted. I don't know. It's fucking weird. It's effing weird.
Yeah, well, it's all going to come back on her. She wants to, just like Lanisa's talking about, what if, somebody's gay or whatever.
Exactly.
Well, if Lori wants it out to be like being gay, or, Melanie Pulaski calling him gay, or this or that, wait till she gets to Pocatello Women's Prison, and these women in that prison know exactly what Lori thinks about that situation, and I guarantee you they'll convert her ass just like she was converted by Chad and the rest of those nut jobs.
I don't think it's in the future. I think she's already been in jail for quite some time now. I think they done turned her out. So
I think whatever feeds her narcissism.
Jason was like, I can't wait till she goes to General Pop. I'm like, she will? And he was like, yeah.
Oh, she will, definitely. She's going to try to lead the women. That's what a narcissist does. Nobody can do it better than Lolo there.
She's an advocate. She's sick. Oh, she is sick. Y'all, I mean, this was my aunt. I don't understand. Go ahead.
Jay Norman made a prediction for Lori a few lives ago, and I did not repeat it or paste it anywhere, and I'm not even going to say it now. But you know how he does pretty good on prediction.
Okay. Well, what you got?
Oh, I'm not saying.
I'm not on that screen. Okay.
I'm not saying. No, he didn't say it here. He said it a few weeks ago, and I thought to myself,
I can't read your mind. I don't know what he said.
Well, I don't want you to. It's terrible what he predicted would happen, but it's not. I mean, it's what she deserves.
If it's
No,
gonna,
okay.
if it has
No,
nothing to do with
honey,
my family, bring it on.
No. No, I'm just saying that she will die in prison soon.
Oh, well, yeah, she's never getting out first. And Larry, he's like, they're going to come out in body bags the way that JJ did, the same. He was pretty harsh in that. So not harsh, but he was pretty raw.
Yeah.
I don't see Lori getting shanked in prison. I think they're going to use her as best as any of them women can use her, whether it's for her commissary, whether it's for sexual favors, whatever it is. Get Lori to do their hair on both ends, if you know what I mean. Whatever. I think Lori's going to have a long, long life in Pocatello Women's Prison.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Detective's daughter,
What?
her husband, what? What?
I'm just trying to read. It says Lori, no questions. Jury, no
I'm gonna have to take that away from you. You scare me with that shit. I'm always like,
somebody
what?
said that. Well, Trace, somebody asked Trace if she rested, and I was like, no, she surely didn't rest yet. That's the reason that got my goat. That was a question. That was not a statement.
I was like, what?
So the DNA of Alex in the vehicle and stuff has been presented, right? And Lori doesn't have any questions. Right. And Lori doesn't have any questions.
Right. Lori questions. And the jury still no questions. So, that means they're understanding.
Now we got Lisa Perry from the Mesa Police Department is the next one going on the stand.
Thank you.
What will she testify to, Donna? Do you know?
Lisa Perry. I don't know. That's not the lady that came to the house, is it?
I'll read it again.
Lady Cobb.
Hold on. I had it in this update right here. Let me find it again. So, okay. This is from earlier, but it tells us who all is testifying. It's the banner across the thing. Anyways. Oh, it didn't do it all the way. They will test. Okay, hold on. I'll tell you. Okay, so it's Trina K, Detective Pillar, and paralegal. Okay, are there. Boreski's on the bench. Next witness is Emmy Lynn Sapinosa, a retired forensic scientist, followed by Lisa Perry from the Mesa Police Department and Marianne Robb from Gilbert PD. Detective Pillar will then take the stand.
Okay.
And it says the blood was collected at the coroner's office. Oh, my bad. Okay, hold on. Okay, Boreski asked Trina. So I'm going back to 1:18 p.m. Arizona time. Boreski asked Trina what each witness will testify about. Lori asked if the jury will be confused based on the witness order. Trina says the trial started 2 days late and she had to juggle her witnesses based on them traveling from out of state. Jury walks in. Boreski says we should get back to Detective Pillar later this afternoon. Trina calls Sapinosa. Sapinosa currently, I hope I'm saying that right, currently works at the Orange County District Attorney's Office. She used to work in Mesa, Arizona as a forensic scientist where she did DNA analysis, bloodstain pattern analysis, and was a forensic artist. Sapinosa has been trained internally and done workshops, training outside the office. Trina asked what biological sources can be used to obtain DNA. Sapinosa says half of DNA comes from your mom and half comes from Janice and half comes from Barry. DNA is in the blood, semen, saliva, touch, DNA, remember that? Skin cells, etc. Known source DNA is collected directly from an individual. A DNA profile is created after DNA is obtained from a person. You can have a known DNA profile or an unknown DNA profile. Sapinosa created a DNA profile for Alex Cox from his blood. Lab techs went to the Gilbert Police Department evidence section and brought some evidence back for DNA testing. I wonder if it was from his death or whatever. Alex's blood sample was in a sealed evidence envelope. The blood was collected at the coroner's office. Yep. She used the blood to create a profile. Trina has no further questions. Lori has no questions. The jury has no questions. Witness steps down. Next witness is Lisa Perry from Mesa Police. And that's what I got to say about that.
You know, you're getting pretty darn good at this thing, reading stuff, Cresha. You've
I'm
come a long
trying.
way. You've come a long way. Your voice is, I love your voice. Your voice sounds so good.
Thank you.
It's the
I
truth.
hate reading. I mean, I ever since Lori happened, I have a really hard time with it. It's, because I get choppy or I don't know. So I've been trying I'm trying to do it more, and that seems to kind of help.
Yeah, I think you do great. I really do. You got a good stern voice.
Oh, don't tell my kids that.
Donna, do you want to read on here this quick testimony as Lori did not cross-examine? Lisa Perry, forensic scientist for Mesa PD, is now testifying. She also testified against Jody Arias in her murder trial. Can y'all believe that shit? Stuff.
Wow. No, that's good. That's good.
Here, I'm going to pull it down. I'm going to pull it down. I'm sorry. And then I'll I'll keep the sound on for the video for when the court is back in session.
Yeah, it should be coming on anytime, shouldn't it, Cresha?
It should be in the next.
Allegedly.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, because they were back in the courtroom at 1:09 Arizona time. So, yeah.
Golden rule, when you say that Cresha might need to take a break from all of us, there ain't no way. Cresha is very determined, and she loves each and every person that comes to her channel.
Yeah, this is my life,
She loves everybody.
I'll just have to figure out new ways to, I don't know. I don't have it figured. I never have had it figured out. Remember, I've always been like, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where this goes. Just going. And, I definitely want to get that lawsuit together. And after that, I'll go into a book, but I have to get that lawsuit, filled out and the context and everything, which Lori's appeal will help me.
Very good. Very good. Lamisa says, can we all take a second and thank Trace on the case?
Absolutely.
For real. For real.
Thank you, Trace on the case. Thank you, Trace on the case.
I'll tell you what, Cresha, if you ever get to that place where you've wrote things down or whatever, and you need a good editor, or you need someone, just someone to any way, fashion, form for your book, you let me know. I've always said it. I'd be glad to help you in any way that I can.
And I'm honored, and I would never want anybody else to. I would never. It's always been excellent. You, KJ.
Yes, it is. You're excellent.
I think I could just mail you the, transcript or whatever, and we can just go back and forth like that because we are both hands-on people. We're tangible people. So
yeah, I mean, you could email me whatever your thoughts are or anything, or if you say, hey, here it is, here's my manuscript, go through it. If there's any kind of grammatical, or which there wouldn't be because we got spell check and all that other stuff, but sentence structure, adjectives, whatever it
personality. Some personality. Crush, you got too much stuff in here. It's gonna be overloaded.
No, never. You've always been able to articulate things, and I really appreciate that about you.
Better in writing. I don't do well with the delivery of it. You know what I mean? Like presentation form. I get overwhelmed, and I feel I do this every time I go live. I don't know why. It's weird. It's like I overwhelm myself, I over prepare, and then I get to where I can't find the starting spot, and I don't. Anyways, it sucks. Then I go into explaining myself and why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I don't need to do all that. So
I feel like you're chasing your tail then.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to read this right here. So at 1:31 p.m., Perry is sworn in. She works for Mesa Police Forensic Services. Her current duties include supervising the evidence processing unit. In 2019 and 2020, she was a forensic scientist in the evidence unit. Perry was responsible for receiving swabs collected from a crime scene. She prepared her workspace to handle the evidence, cleaned her lab space with a bleach solution, and put down paper to prepare the area. She takes copious notes. She removed the swabs to process half of it for DNA testing. The other half was to be preserved in case further testing is needed. And then 1:34 p.m., Perry makes notes that the evidence is properly sealed with initials before she opens it. She says when she reviewed the evidence in this case, nothing appeared to be tampered with. She was provided with a swab from a steering wheel, driver's side seat belt, and passenger side interior handle. So, another swab from the spare tire and driver's side interior handle. So we'll find out if that's a dual job, if he had somebody to help him hold his gun. I don't know. That's all I got. Oh, we got some more. Perry did not do any analysis. Let me close that. For this case, she simply prepared them to be analyzed. Perry has no further questions. Neither does Lori. What?
Lori don't know nothing about that stuff. She don't know nothing. Why would she ask questions about something she don't know nothing about?
I mean, look, right here, the last witness, Lori has no questions. And then here we are.
Oh,
what? What?
Trace is killing me now. It said Trina's done, and I'm sure she means with this witness, but of course I meant all together. She is not done.
You have to calm down, girl. You freaking me out.
I'm gonna have to just
mute
myself.
It freaks me. Oh my God. That was like, are you scared they're gonna rest? That get you excited, huh? I'm asking because I have a strong feling.
Well, now I can tell you right now, they ain't done the storage unit videos yet, and that's what
Right.
I'm looking for.
They still have investigator agent Doug Hart. They still have Ray Hermosillo, which I think that's where the storage unit's going to come in. They still have Nick Balance, who's not going to be filmed or all that stuff. FBI. And don't they have Ricky Wright too? Because if so, I remember reading his. Yeah, I think so, because I remember reading his and sharing it in our pre-trial preparations. So
yes, Starterville, and they've got Lori and Alex bringing in the Jeep tire and the seat, and then Lori and Chad getting, he's smacking her on the behind, bringing it out and all that. They're bringing in a tire seat and a wheel and a tire there.
They have digital, physical, DNA, text, text communications. What else?
Well, I guarantee you, when it comes to those storage unit videos, Lori ain't gonna have no damn questions. She ain't gonna have no damn questions for that witness, because that's her on the video right there. And as they're putting that tire and that seat in there, JJ and Tylee's things are inside that unit, and she needs to just rip it. She just needs to rape it.
Yeah. All right. Perry did not do any analysis for this case. She simply prepared them to be analyzed. Perry has no further questions. Neither does Lori. The jury has no questions, and the witness is excused. The next is the female officer, right? Marianne Robb, retired officer with the Gilbert Police Department. She takes the stand. Robb was the first officer to arrive at Brandon's home after the shooting. Robb retired in 2021. She worked as an officer in Arizona for 34 years. A lot of us call her Fargo. Not to be disrespectful, but that's just kind of the impression we get, She's the one that brought up all chartreuse. What other colors did she bring up for the Jeep? Okay, here we go. Robb spent most of her career on patrol. She was also a crime prevention officer and worked as a detective for a few years. She worked on October 2nd, 2019, around 9:15 a.m. She responded to a 911 call reporting a shooting. When she arrived, a gentleman was standing in the street and a dark-colored Tesla was in the driveway. Next to the car was a window on the ground. Robb spoke with Brandon Boudreaux, the man who called 911. Robb went and looked at the Tesla. Dispatch had told Robb that there had been a shooting possibly involving a rifle. When Robb went over to the Tesla, all the doors were closed. On the frame of the car, on the driver's side, she noticed a hole in the top of the car. Quote, "It looked to me like it was a bullet hole," unquote. Okay, it's on. I hear it. Oh, shit. Hold on.
She created the DNA profile for Alexander Cox.
Who are we talking about?
It's Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
Okay.
She no longer works for Mesa Police Department. She moved out to California. So she created the DNA profile for the known sample from Alexander Cox. Detective Pillar attended the autopsy and obtained the blood blot and impounded it himself. So
That's where the profile came from?
yes, so he will be testifying as to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who took the cuttings from the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Rexburg, Idaho. I will not have the DNA analyst here till after Detective Pillar is done testifying, but Lisa Perry, who just basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them, is also here today. So my hope was to, out of order, call Emmy Lynn Sapinosa, Lisa Perry, and then I have Officer Marianne Robb. Then I would resume with Mr. Pillar.
Okay, so from Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot from Alexander Cox.
All right,
That's
but
all
that's
she
not a
did.
piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that, so I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that through Detective Pillar. We just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, and then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep and impounding them.
Swabs were taken from like the steering wheel, door handles, seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safe techniques that were used. So he will be testifying as to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her the swabs? Are they here?
No, because they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to be done.
All right.
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
Okay.
and what the swabs are.
All right. Is there any record the defendant wants to make? Sure. Are they lined up or, okay.
Y'all know if that was Lori having to say all that stuff, she would have been like, I don't want to give away my whole case in chief. I'm just saying.
Because according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going to just have our same objection to the Crawford, that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it, about it. If Detective Pillar did witness that, I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. The evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, is that Emmy Lynn Sapinoso is simply going to testify that she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile. Correct. Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. So anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury to do it that
It could
out
be a
of
little,
order?
it could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened, but the state isn't required to call the witnesses in that that type of sequence if they're not able to. So
Your Honor, obviously, because we started 2 days late last week due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Pillar already testifying and done before today. So
okay.
We're doing what we can with what we got.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, please be seated. The jury's back. Again, we're still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Off around the court reporter up there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Where did you work back in 2019?
In 2019, so prior to my current job, I was a forensic scientist at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
What did you do at the Mesa Forensic Services?
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis. I was the biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blood stain pattern analysis at crime scenes, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Can you tell us your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
While working for the Mesa Police Department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from samples?
Yes, I did. So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists in our unit. And aside from that, I've gone to like external trainings, and I'm required to do at least 8 hours continuing education every year.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you, while you were at the Mesa Police Department Forensic Services, undergo those same types of trainings, ongoing trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of DNA, can you talk to us about first sort of DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person a human being. It comes from your parents. Half of it is from your mom. The other half is from your dad. The DNA analysis that's performed at a forensic laboratory is typically from biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job to develop a DNA profile from what we call a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known source of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by a DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in the laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA profile from a known, and another one might create DNA profiles from unknown or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to perform the work at any given time.
When you were working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform the creating a DNA profile for the known, for a single known source for Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alexander Cox?
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as a Gilbert item.
Okay. And was that when you receive an item such as a blood blot, can you explain to us how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it sealed? Is it protected? Is it, what do they do to get that to you?
Yes, so the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians who go over to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do forensic analysis on. That then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in the proper location for a forensic scientist to analyze. And any packaging or the way it's sealed is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape or tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
So when you received the blood blot, that item 647961, was that in a sealed evidence envelope?
Yes, it was.
Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot. Can you tell us what that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They put it on sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward for DNA analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis with regards to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created documented in your report, in the notes, so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparisons?
Yes.
Did that basically end your involvement with regards to this case in Alexander Cox?
Yes.
The state has no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Not seeing any. You can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? L-I-S-A-P-E-R-R-Y. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. On the court order up the rank.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
I work for Mesa Police Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic scientist assigned to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor from Western Washington University. After some times in some biotechnology labs, I started my career with Mesa Forensics, where I entered their rigorous internal training program. After completion of that by qualified analysts, I also took training by the California Criminalistics Institute and National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
Back in January, end of December, January of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs that were taken at scenes of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what that process is?
When swabs have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab space with 90% bleach solution. I will put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I will work on to analyze the items of evidence. When I look at the item of evidence, I'm going to take detailed notes and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes again, and then I'm going to remove swab material from those sticks. They are similar to like a sterile Q-tip. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab material from those sticks and portion half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed envelope in order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Going back to January, I think 2nd of 2020, were you provided with several swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, I was.
And were those swabs, can you tell us, are they sealed? How do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but my notes would indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initialed with an integrity seal.
So you are the one that has to unseal them and open them up?
Yes.
Would looking at your notes help refresh your recollection as to whether or not that occurred here?
It would.
Do you have a copy of them up there with you?
I do. May I look at them?
Take a look at them to refresh your recollection and let us know after you're done with that.
Go ahead.
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to have been tampered with.
Were you provided with a swab 645889 indicated as a swab from a steering wheel?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 6458 swab from the driver's side seat belt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645893 swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 64589 from the passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645895 swabs from the lug nuts of a spare tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645896, a swab from the driver's side interior handle?
Yes, I was.
What did you do then specifically in this case with each of those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swab sticks. I would portion out half of it to go forward in a tube for DNA analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent property ID number that she just listed off, plus an extra set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent. And then I basically made what we call babies, little cuttings that came off of that. So it would add an AA that would go forward for DNA analysis, and it would have an AB that was going to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary. So I put it in a tube. I had that label on that. That label went into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and had my integrity seal, my date and initials on top of that. And then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, would another analyst come in and take those cuttings that you created to attempt to create DNA profiles from each of those items?
That is what would happen, yes.
And so in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't, just preparing the samples.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case, creating those cuttings?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. The state has no further questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. You can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go get my next witness.
All right, go ahead and come up here in front of my clerk.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Mary Ann Robb, MARIANNE, ROBB.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Around the clerk of the ring. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Robb. I am a retired police officer with the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
How long did you work for the Gilbert Police Department?
I was with Gilbert 26 years and a law enforcement officer in Arizona for 34 years.
Where did you work prior to Gilbert?
Started with Mesa Police Department back in 1988, and then I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5 years, and started with Gilbert PD in 1995.
Okay. What were your duties at the Gilbert Police Department?
Pretty much patrol. Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also an arson detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you respond to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe for us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there, and I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay. After speaking with Brandon Boudreaux for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay. When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up. All the doors were shut. And I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
As a law enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 26. I'll pull it out a little. Is this what you saw?
Yes, I did. Exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreaux, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No.
So you go up to this hole, this bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
Definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or pellet gun or paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Do you recall him saying that he hadn't seen that before you pointing it out?
Oh, that's correct. Yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't see that?
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you in fact ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car?
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory of where the bullet, so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I put my pen in there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car to see if I can find.
Once you realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle, did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole. And we do have a crime here. So I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes.
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
Correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well to document what you were seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my we have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said no. What occurred was, as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens. And that's when he said that, as you can see on what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the driver's window just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
Okay, so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. When you first contacted Brandon initially in the street to the time when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor over that time span from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. You know, the car, this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's like, he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
The description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang from that. After that happened, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound, and if we can see that it was that would be kind of the south side. It was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him, and he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped because he just called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4 door?
It was a 2-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked about the type of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started making that left he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
Okay. And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
Now, Detective, you told us obviously you've been a law enforcement retired officer for more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a single shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, it's good. You need to manually open up the bolt. The projector, the casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the chamber.
Based upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up, the rest of the rifle's inside the Jeep. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's two doors, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because it's a long rifle. So the casing, if it was a semi-auto, it's going to have fallen right there somewhere, the driver's seat, or maybe in between the passenger seat in that area.
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find a casing because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove the rear tire if you want to just open the window? And
yes, I mean, even if you didn't have a rear tire, you got to open up the tailgate. The tailgate comes first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So if there's a tire on it and you want to open just the window, it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting this information, did you call to have detectives come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in my patrol car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detectives were dispatched out to the scene.
Now, while you were sort of the person who was having contact with Brandon, and you're observing him having to sit down and shaking, did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone to come be there with him?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water. I asked him if there was maybe a family member or a friend that could be with him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay. As this investigation was going on, once you realized this was really a bullet hole, we see some yellow tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have a crime scene. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel that is part of the actual crime scene. So no other, whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come into that area. And it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming in, going in that area.
In fact, did one of Brandon's friends sort of arrive while he was initially here, and he was kind of asked to move back away from the scene some?
That is correct, yes.
And so we can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon?
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Before he went across the street to sit, did you talk to Brandon about who he thought might have been responsible for this.
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because of the way that he talked to you about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives and the door comes open and a barrel of a rifle comes out, were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
During your conversation later with Brandon, did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Was that significant to you, given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility 2 and 2 together that possibly could be the suspect.
Was that all things that you were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he had moved into this residence, how long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
That is correct. He's moving in Wednesday, Thursday area, yes, of the week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday he had been physically moving into this house?
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine on that day, October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes.
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
Yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes.
You told us that at some point Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes.
Did you at some point talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
Yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
State has no other questions.
Cross.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is
retired?
fine.
Okay. Officer Rob, when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah.
maybe 2-3 feet, maybe.
Okay. So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes. I'd say maybe a couple feet east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay. And then where did you park when you drove up?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay. So you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes.
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
Now, when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening, he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I could give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile, and I was also looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like to see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't think that could do anything to dislodge any of the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct.
Figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here. The projectile or the bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up, and it would have been kind of an upward motion into the frame of the car.
An upward motion.
Kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
I did not measure it, but it was definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay. And so did you give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, what you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was, where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
And then did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat. Is that correct? The back door?
Yes.
To the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
No.
How about glass?
Which glass? In the back seat or in the back of the The back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No.
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't recall that.
Okay. And Brandon had told you or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It has not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
Was it basically intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you were assessing?
Possibility, yes.
Okay. And you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about seeing a little boy outside?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a paintball gun?
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
I'll just see if I saw anything inside a projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Don't believe the crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
Okay. But he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that. I don't know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
Possibility.
Yeah. Did Brandon go from where the Tesla was to back to the street and back and forth? Or
I don't believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that sidewalk.
okay.
I remember.
But initially he was standing in the street.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him, that he would be standing out in the middle of the street where someone could come back around the bend?
Object to speculation.
Sustain.
You had stated that Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered. Is that what word you used?
Yes.
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
That is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then did he go and get his phone and show you a color of a green and said camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me. He was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at, and he said camo green.
Okay. So, but you saw the picture of the camo green that he was showing to Officer Bullock?
I don't believe so, no.
But you heard him say the word camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you said something about that
he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know if silencer on a rifle. I have no idea. I've never heard silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle. So I don't know how loud or how quiet it would be.
Okay. And so if you're inside a car, like a nice car, right, like a Tesla, and all the windows are shut, the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on, you might not even hear a loud, I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Again, to speculation, since she's already indicated she doesn't know.
Hold on, she testifies she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection is sustained.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet.
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
And you had stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No.
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes.
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe 2.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his 2 friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay.
You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
When I initially arrived,
No, after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I did.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. She's just gonna look at it, right?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Baybach?
Raybuck, yes.
Oh, Raybuck. Okay, I must have that wrong. And did she convey to you?
Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustained.
Did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
Again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
She really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any information that you received from Samantha Raybuck in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Pillar?
I don't remember there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No.
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
No.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
It submitted it and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay. And in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not sure about that.
So you're refreshing your memory by looking at your report?
Yes, sir. I do see green. I don't believe it's pukey green.
I thought that was funny. Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang. Is that correct?
I object to hearsay.
I'll sustain, you can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun. Is that correct?
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
When you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you are the first officer on scene, did it become clear to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
That is correct.
So was Brandon able to tell you turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up.
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes.
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
That is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered.
That is correct.
And that after that, he went straight.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
2 doors.
Yes.
That it had that Texas license plate on it.
That's correct.
The direction and location where it was parked.
Yes.
Did Brandon tell you that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I believe he did.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
That is correct.
When you were there, you were asked by the defendant about anyone or about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that.
That's correct.
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility they were thinking there could be somebody in the house. So when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay, so did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I believe so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk?
Yes, I started explaining, what's going on. And then, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
To kind of just had him follow you up there?
Yes,
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
that is correct.
Okay. In terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla, Was it just a little more than the width of the driveway, basically? I'm going to put up Exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
And this is Brandon's driveway?
Yes.
So did he explain the end of the Jeep was right on the edge of his driveway?
Yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe approximately 10 feet.
Okay. And then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep, go?
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back on to my routine patrol. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward.
I wrote it down.
Would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right. Any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will kind of go up the recoil, and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
So if a person is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target.
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair and miss its actual target.
Other questions, Your Honor?
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess for about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise to the jury.
Wowzer. I thought we were going to get a thoughtful. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. I'm not sure whether you can. Let's see. Yeah, y'all can hear me. Okay. Well, that's very exciting. So they're going to have a 15-minute break. I don't know how they do it. I mean, their 15-minute break was a long time ago. It's not 15 minutes from now. Their 15-minute break started, let's see. Hang on. The 15-minute break was 31 minutes ago. So we should be back in pretty soon. Well, 15 minutes is all it'll take. And then we'll be back in, I would think. So, okay. Traces Jason. KK tells us, oh, how much you mean. Yes, we all love Jason, and Chris is crazy for that Jason. That's right. Some people will never have a person that's that way to them. It's a wonderful thing. Like Fancy Nancy and her man. So let's see. Yes, the policeman is doing an excellent job. This lady policeman is doing an excellent job. She is not getting rattled by whatever crazy questions that Lori is going to throw at her. Not at all. Let's see what's going on in the courtroom, because they're way ahead of us and they're back in the court. Let's see what Nate has to say. So when we come back from this break, I think Detective Pillar is going to be on the stand. And so she will take back over asking him questions. You know, we left off with him the other day. So he's a very important witness. Yes, Fancy. Nancy is blessed with her Danny. My late boyfriend was a Daniel as well. And my nephew is a Daniel. We love Daniels and Dannies. Dapper Dan. Is he a Dapper Dan? I bet he is. I bet he is. Let's see. Nate is saying, oh, there you be.
Yeah,
Woo.
I was standing on my countertop and I was drilling brackets so I could hang my curtain over.
Very good.
I'm sweating, so I'm back here.
I put a pork roast.
God dang it! They always break when I'm in a compromising situation, you know. And
Yeah, it's only 15 minutes here. And oh, Fancy Nancy says her husband is a dapper Dan. We were talking about good men because a good man showed up in the chat. Jason.
Who? No, I'm thinking. I mean, he texted me just right before I got on the countertop. Yes, yes, painting. Yes. But I'd already painted that corner last night whenever we finished our live last night. I went and it's like a corner sink and I hate it. I can't, because I'm like 5'3", and so I can't reach when you open the blinds, I can never reach the thing it's just in an awkward spot.
You got to have a stepping stool like a 3-year-old.
And then some. I need not to be in the damn corner. How about that? This is the worst design mobile home ever. And my mama used to own a mobile home rental business. Okay. And I'm telling you, I'm like, who the hell designed this damn thing? It's so bad. Oh, you can stand in the actual living room and you can see straight to our bathroom, straight to the toilet. I'm like, who did that? Why? Who said that was a good idea? Anyways, so everybody, all the kids, everybody, they're just like, hey, what y'all doing? I'm like, it's not a damn open invitation. It's really not. I look like I'm a thief or something, because I'm like, I just kind of have to bounce around. It sucks, especially being in a house of men.
I'm on the second story and I've got windows all around. So at night, if I forget to shut these shades, I put on a show for the whole neighborhood over there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And look, I mean, we plan on moving from here. So I don't know why the hell I'm painting. I paint every damn time there's a trial. Every time. And I didn't know I was painting, but I started painting. Friday.
My mother used to paint every spring something. She would paint everything she could find. She would paint it. And it was just things she did every spring. Yard furniture and stepping stools and flower pot. I don't even know what all she painted. Do y'all got anything need to be painted over there? I'll come paint it.
Yeah, baby. Hey, I mean, it can be a pain in the butt, but it's also kind of soothing to me. I had Jason last night. I'm like, babe, why the hell do I this is my response to these trials or just times of. Yeah, basically these trials for sure. And he's like, babe, you're grounding yourself, And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. It's like a nervous energy. I have to dispel it somewhere, but I don't know. I just kind of move around a lot. Yeah, it is a stress release. Big time. Yeah, Lori had no cross for the 2 science. Oh my gosh, it says science test, but I'm trying. It's messing me up. Scientist. She only has cross for a normal layperson. She thinks she's a smartass as they are smart. Now, my question. Let's travel. Did she? Because I was making the bed too. When Jason leaves, I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So I totally, revamp.
Make it good when he comes back home.
Yeah, so I had my phone was in the kitchen, so I couldn't hear it. And so I didn't know if she asked the lady that was just on there, the female detective Rob, about that hole and not wearing gloves or sticking her finger in it or her pen or whatever. Did she bother her about that?
She did ask. Yeah, she did. She did.
Did she circle the wagons?
This lady handled it really well, and I wasn't sure that she would too, because she's an older lady and it's been 6 years, 5 years, however long it's been. So, and Lori's like, did you review this with Detective Pillar? She said, I did not. I did my job, and that's the last time I've heard of it.
Yeah, I wrote my report, and that's it. and so that made me think, when I heard her say that, it made me think of how she thinks the world views her. She thinks that everybody is on her. She said it. She said there's COVID, there's Kobe Bryant, and then there's me. They're here for me. And so she's probably thinking the police officer, yeah, of course, I talked to Ryan Pillar 2011 times. You know, I mean, to me, it's just, it was kind of like, no, I wrote a report and I turned it in. Okay. Like, I don't know.
She wasn't going to, and she's like, could have that been made? No, it had to have been made by a big bullet. Dumb woman.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
trying
she
to put
did.
doubt. She's trying to put doubt in the jury's mind. But the thing about it is, I think she's probably like irritating them. Like,
That's
why are
what
you
guilty
dragging
people
this
do.
out?
That's what guilty or people like her do, I believe, because they're not going to win any other way. It kind of reminds me of, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. You know, like, it's all on technicality, loopholes, and good God, all I gotta say is soaking. Okay, loopholes everywhere. Okay, so they're kind of raised up this way, in my opinion. That could be negative. It could be positive.
And you know, whenever this, I was thinking about this, about them trying to get rid of, like, they're going to take their temple recommend. If you were to be a really good person who was obeying all the rules, and you found out that somebody wasn't, you almost have a duty to tell, because you want to keep the temple clean. So I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? So you would report somebody. You would say, hey, she's tampering around with you know, black magic.
I mean, yes, it's kind of the golden rule, you know, like but also that creates that snitching kind of thing.
It
I'm just saying,
absolutely
you know,
is. It absolutely. That is the culture. The snitching thing is a culture.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, you can't tell anybody, because anybody you tell might tell on you.
Yeah. And it's like, she looked at me, you know what I mean? Like, it's very gross. It's just like, don't be a shitty person. It's very simple, you know? I mean, but I feel at it every day. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I mean, it's not as difficult as people make it. But they are raised in a perfectionist, you know, to be perfect, white and delightsome, to be, crap. I need to brush back up on my damn Mormonism. I'm starting to forget stuff.
Well, I know. And it's like, because you really don't want to think about it every day and dwell on it. For
Well,
real.
I have to make my rounds. And so with Hookerella here, Lori, with these trials. And so I haven't been able to make my, you know, how I say I orbit, and I haven't been able to really orbit.
Right.
So
I haven't
my algorithm's all messed up. Yeah.
I haven't seen Mormon Stories podcast in a while. Just
me,
I've gotten busy with other stuff, and and the stuff I have replaced it with, I'd really rather go back.
I know.
Your algorithm, that algorithm damn thing sends you. It was like, oh, click, and I hate clickbaity titles. And you're surprised. I mean, you're surprised. I'm surprised at the number of good people. Excuse me. Good people who will use clickbaity titles that are not true. And I'm just saying, I don't care if it's, you know, confirmation bias, if it's something you think I might want to hear. I don't want you to lie to me about it before it happens.
Yeah. But I mean, you'll click on it. Just say it.
Yeah, well, I'm joking about some of them.
It happens.
And I don't share too many memes and stuff because usually anything that's too good to be true probably isn't. So
yep. That's what I tell Jason, you know, he'll kind of open mail and he's like, what about that? I'm like, nope. Don't touch that with a 10-foot pole. You know, like, if it's too easy, then yeah, that's exactly, it's a gimmick. You know, like,
I know it. And there's so many things in, like, we get a newspaper once in a while. My mom can read a whole newspaper, and there's like infomercials that look like stories that tell about something that cures arthritis and you can
Oh,
live
yeah,
to be
nuh-uh.
50. And mom's like, we need to order some of that. It's money
Yeah,
back
we don't.
guaranteed.
Yeah, it's not. You never gonna mail it back, okay?
I'm not. That's exactly right. We've tried
No, I
numerous
know.
things.
Yeah, I'm like, I know me, and I'm not gonna mail it back. So, nah, just count me out.
I don't take
I don't
things
know.
back
Just
to the store.
nope. I don't. If I get something on my burger, I don't really, I didn't really want. I'll just yank it off and throw it to the side.
Go on about your business.
Yeah. I don't sit there and bitch about it. I just, nah. I mean, if I was allergic, yeah, but I'm not. Some people are just,
I'm fixing to make rags out of a whole brand new package of panties because I bought my mother. I thought because she's tiny, and I thought I was getting her size 5 panties, and I got her size 10, and they're really
underwear. Your mom's.
So,
just go up there. Her undergarment. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay, we're live. And tell that person to stop coughing. Whoever the hell that is.
All right, thank you. The jury is now present. The parties are present. We'll resume the direct examination that was started with this witness, Mr. Pilar, Detective Pilar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar. I have a mental block. That was started on Friday afternoon. So go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So last Friday when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
And I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, about again the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it, and then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker. A sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
So the package themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from.
Yes.
And then those little vials are put into a plastic bag that itself is also sealed.
Correct.
So when the person who is performing any analysis on it receives it, that should all be sealed.
Correct.
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it.
Correct.
Okay. you had talked to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes.
Mhm.
Can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location, initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those items, so for like the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection, you seal the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves before proceeding to the next collection location.
Now, in this case, we're talking about collecting this evidence in another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you processed the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on in Rexburg, Idaho, though?
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding. For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property evidence building gets its own unique number with the associated report number.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
So we had heard, for instance, about swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process?
Correct.
But the protection and the integrity is what you or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate, or a Texas license plate, LWD0997?
Yes.
Were you working with the crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashek?
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility?
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th. And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department. So it was a secure facility where that Jeep was located.
When you went there, was there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo, with you to execute that search warrant?
Yes.
Did the Jeep itself have, I'll call it integrity tape on the doors?
Yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep to just show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
Your Honor, the state has shown the defendant exhibits 48 through 68. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes.
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
Correct.
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
So when we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began?
Correct.
What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50, does that again show some of those seals?
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes.
Was that associated to Texas?
Yes, it is. It was.
51, is that sort of showing a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting on this vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to see into the vehicle?
No, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
With a flashlight?
Yes.
Exhibit 53, closer up of the seals and the tinting on that window?
Very dark.
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window, the tire and the seals there?
Yes.
And then again, showing the seals in 56. 57 is that sort of a whited out, and 58, a photo of the license plate.
Yes,
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
correct.
Now, in Exhibit 6 here, we're seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward.
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because the door is what actually has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of a better word, door here.
Correct.
Tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you talk with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes,
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreaux had explained occurred on October 2nd?
yes,
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area?
correct. That back window opened it partially and was fired from within that cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
So based upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lashik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present, so around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes,
Were you looking to the hard top of that Jeep?
yes,
And then the rear window, meaning this rear window?
yes. And as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR, gunshot residue.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about. When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes,
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the October 2nd shooting?
correct.
Okay. When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes,
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreaux?
yes,
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreaux told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put Exhibit 61 up here, Was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
Yes.
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
Yes.
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger seat?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from this passenger side rear window?
Yes.
And from this headrest or rooftop there?
Correct. Yes.
While this was, let me ask you this. Who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lashik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection of the
Were
Jeep.
you not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package, the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door handles to exit and enter the vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seat belt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR read and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy Lashik swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her swab, take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. She changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes.
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
Yes.
Did you see her put those into the box?
Yes.
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
Yes.
Did you also watch Ms. Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes.
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
Yes.
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
No fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth. But there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints. But we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes.
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
Yes.
The sort of pillar that's along the the door frame there,
Yes.
rear view mirror,
Yes.
and the same for the passenger side.
Yes.
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up.
Yes.
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of, that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered.
Nothing that was usable, correct.
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes.
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
You told us that each item of evidence is sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes.
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
Correct.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so are they all kept together in their own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number that was written on it by Ms. Lashik in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Again, for each of these swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
So each box that's then put in a a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number.
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645889?
Yes.
And the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645890?
Yes.
And the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645891?
Yes.
And the swab for the gear shift as 645893?
Yes.
The swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645894?
Yes.
The swab for the lug nuts of that spare tire is 645895.
Yes.
The swab for the driver's side interior door handle is 645896.
Yes.
We've also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emilyn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Were you also responsible for writing search warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you records within those certain date ranges and items that they're to send you?
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court for a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808 7
Yes.
480 489
Yes.
480 3
Yes.
and 480?
Yes.
So and is Track Phone, I guess, one of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that have been given out, did you associate the number 808-755 and 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
I can have my both of them. I can have my paralegal approach with 177 and 176. Do you recognize those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 480-489-4652 associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes. Yes.
The state will move to admit 177 and 176.
No objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry. 176, 177 are admitted.
We've heard of the number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Was that number associated to him through, for instance, the Chandler Police Department from the July incident?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 179. Does that contain an affidavit authenticating them, a thumb drive of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th?
Yes. Let me just want to double check one thing. Yes.
Is that 480-351-9120 number the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
State will move to admit 179.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for 480, 489, the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, and the 480-351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 179. on these records, 179 being the records associated to Alex Cox, did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes,
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
that is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now we see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes,
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
yes,
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
yes,
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
Yes,
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
that is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes,
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home. There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho?
in Rexburg, Idaho, yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreaux left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes,
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreaux?
yes,
And was that associated via Brandon Boudreaux had provided that?
yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes,
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480, 692-9612.
yes,
And then during was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona, meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps?
Yes,
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
yes.
Who did you believe at that time in your based upon your investigation, was using that phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Sure. And then exhibit 180. Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998, Did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay. When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 180. Inside that exhibit, if you can just verify, did the TrackPhone provide a print-off showing the TrackPhone was purchased from a Walmart store, 5494? It should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I have. I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print-off showing that the TrackPhone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes.
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
Yes.
And does that also contain a print-off of all of the call detail records for that TrackPhone number 304-960-5998?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is submitted.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was after October 2nd? Was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone is no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes.
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this TrackPhone?
Yes.
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
That is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this TrackPhone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes.
And is that number that is called by this TrackPhone the 515-402-0143 number associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell?
That is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-0143 number associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes, and we recognized at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received per my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And they were able, the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes.
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
Yes.
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
Yes.
And to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants?
Yes.
For the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent?
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay. And what color did Mr. Boudreaux say the Jeep was when he was with Officer Marianne Robb?
When he was with Officer Robb, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Rob, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Rob?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Rob and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that. But I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
So when is the first time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And none of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is that correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival, and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
Speculation.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line?
Yes.
The line search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood. And this was, again, after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
And who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were, I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I've knocked on X amount of doors and wasn't able to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though, is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
Can object to hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer Rob,
Sustained.
can I have a sidebar?
No, it's sustained. Next question.
In your estimation, Detective Pillar, how far was the Jeep's when the supposed shot was taken?
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreaux and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess. I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location for that Jeep, a specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, you kind of know exactly where it was parked,
We have a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
but no measurements were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
And what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide on what the trajectory actually was?
No,
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
no, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
Okay, so you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No,
You cannot?
no.
And you don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in the car, in the Tesla, was approximately 1 inch wide and 2 inches long? Is that correct?
From the sticker, the letter A sticker, yes.
Correct.
That was like a 2-inch, I believe. Based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of 2 inches, but that doesn't include the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Check to expertise or knowledge, foundation.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreaux's car, but to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes.
This is your investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No.
There's no way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
The particulates that come from gunshot residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I don't know.
Okay. So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Like if you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the three elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all three elements have to be present for it to actually be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object at this point to, again, this is outside his foundation. He's repeatedly said he's not a GSR expert.
He can answer if he knows.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting GSR, it's to collect, you mentioned three elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to collect it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a weapon was fired.
Okay. So having been a case agent hundreds of times,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right? In a gun case where a gun has been fired?
Typical? I don't know if that's an appropriate word. Is it a tool or a evidence collection technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again. There's an expert that will testify to this.
It's sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
Okay. You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik. Is that correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
Okay. And how many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lachik, Detective Olzak, Detective Hermosillo, and I believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
And did she note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm going to object as to foundation swabs of what?
Was she taking, oh,
hold
sorry,
on.
I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay. And then you flew up there together on a commercial airline?
No, myself, Ms. Lachik, and Detective Olzak flew up there on a Arizona State government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of in the same day?
In the same day, and this was a result of Detective Olzak at the time being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And because they were assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle involved in an attempted homicide, the Arizona Department of Public Safety allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from Rexburg, Idaho to process our Jeep.
Okay. And you flew into actual Rexburg at the little airport?
They have a small runway, that's correct.
And so you did not witness Ms. Lachik taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day, Ms. Lachik?
I do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And
multiple.
where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you
There-
been to Holbrook before?
Have I been to Holbrook before?
Arizona?
If I have been, it's only passing through. So I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook, I guess I'll say that.
Do you know how far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from Gilbert, Arizona. I know it's north of us.
And so, I'm sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook?
One was in Holbrook. That's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the police report.
So you don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert, I can tell you that.
None in Mesa?
None in Mesa.
None in Phoenix?
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
None in Scottsdale.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea, maybe you don't, but do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back or whatever.
I don't know
On
their storage capacity or how long it lasts. And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data. And it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is hit within their retention time. So there was multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been.
And
yes.
nothing in Gilbert
Correct?
on October 2nd.
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd.
I would object to asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, technically you're right, but I'll let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Time frame meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, of 2019, yes.
And you were mentioning before that you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes, requested the assistance of the FBI with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you request assistance of FBI? Talk me through that. How did that work? Who do you call?
So initially, on October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott with Gilbert Police met up with a couple detectives from the Chandler Police Department. This is where the images of the incident that happened in Chandler earlier in the year in July, they were able to provide us pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October 16th was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication with Chandler's police, and it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to FBI personally, or did Chandler Police Department reach out to FBI personally?
It was a collective phone call, and then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police Department detectives, we went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, which is in far north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents there, FBI agents.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones. Is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a sit-down meeting with some FBI agents and detectives, providing them the data we had for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
As far as I know, I don't know.
So in his report on Bates pages 5482 to 5518, he created a report that said, did you get a copy of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I'm not sure or familiar with which report you're referring to. Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that, I guess, his PowerPoint.
Is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
She has.
Thank you. Did you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Yes, on
15?
page 15, 9/25/2019 at, looks like 21:10 hours. And I don't know if that's GMT or what time zone that's in, but
Okay.
It's
And for
usually
those of us who
GMT.
are not military correct, it's about what time?
it would be 9:10 hours, 9,
PM.
9:10 PM. Again, I don't know if that's GMT. Most of the data that I've seen done with this cast is GMT, which is global. And then you have to subtract or add some hours depending upon your location on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time or
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time. Okay. So on the top of the report there, It says 7:10 PM, which is 2 hours prior to the cell. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to this person's foundation as to knowledge by this detective who did not create this report.
All right. The original question was if he was familiar with it or had seen it. So why don't we have that answered first?
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like this, and I have seen this particular page you're talking about. But again, I didn't draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. So I'll do my best to answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST, and as much as I wish I was better with cell phone analysis personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on that page particularly.
Hold on. Let's go sidebar. All right, you can resume your cross of this. And we'll go whatever you think as far as about another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll need to recess for the evening.
Okay. Detective Pillar, did you ever receive any information from Rich Robertson, the private detective Brandon Boudreaux hired?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to him personally?
I think I may have had a phone call early on, essentially explaining that he was going to do a PI thing, but he understood that there's certain legalities when it comes to criminal investigation over a civil investigation.
When you say early on, when do you mean specifically?
I couldn't give you a date, but I believe I had a phone conversation with him. But it was not lengthy, and I don't remember communicating much after that, if at all.
So in October, just after October 2nd?
Yeah, it'd have to be after October 2nd, 2019.
And was it your understanding from that conversation that Brandon hired him to track Melanie?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained.
What is the legal objection?
Well, it calls for hearsay, it's not relevance, and it also could open the door to something you don't want it open to.
So you did not email with him or text with him, Rich Robertson?
No, not that I remember.
And he didn't send you any kind of information on the case?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Did Brandon ever convey that he was frustrated with the way the investigation was going?
I'm going to object to hearsay relevance.
Sustained.
Detective Pillar, can you tell me about when you arrived at the scene that day on October 2nd?
What would you like to know?
When you arrived, who was there and who did you speak to first?
When I arrived on scene, I parked east of the crime scene, the 3875 East Phelps. And the first individuals I remember talking with were my fellow detectives, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer, determining what our roles would be. I cannot say for certain who I first spoke to as far as the officer, as far as the briefing goes, but I do know there were multiple officers on scene, to include Officer Rob, who was here earlier.
And someone briefed you though, right? Do you know who that was?
I do not know who that was, but yes, somebody would have briefed us on that case.
And nobody remembers who briefed anybody?
It doesn't sound like it, and trust me, I would rather give you answers than say I don't know. But I don't know, I can't remember who gave me a debriefing.
Well, it was Officer Rob, and who was the other officer that was with her when the first two on the scene? Officer Bullock?
Officer Brian Bullock was the other officer that was on scene.
So would it have had to be Officer Rob or Officer Bullock who briefed the detectives when you arrived?
More likely than not, yes. It would have had to been one or both of them collectively, but I do know that Officer Rob, being the first officer there and obtaining all the initial information, she's more likely than not the one who briefed us with the date, time, location, and involved persons.
Okay. So they briefed you, and then what happened after that?
After the briefing, again, I was decided that I was the primary case agent, the detective. I tasked Detective McDermott, Sergeant McDermott now, with running the scene. So he used the assistance of Detective Biggs and Detective Ferrer with evidence collection tasks, while I introduced myself to the three males sitting across the street from 3875 and identified Brandon Boudreaux. And then we went to my vehicle to have an interview with an air conditioning, because it was a little warm outside.
Okay. And when was the house cleared? Someone had mentioned the house being cleared. Did that ever happen?
The house was cleared. That was prior to detective arrival.
Okay. So before you got there, that had already happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went and spoke to Brandon in your car, is that correct? And
Yes,
did
ma'am.
that interview?
Yes.
And you made an audio recording of that?
Yes.
And then someone transcribed it, is that correct?
We use a third-party transcription service at that time. So yes, that was transcribed.
And you heard Brandon's testimony that some of those things he thought were transcription errors?
Yes.
So did you go back in preparation for this testimony and listen to that audio recording of that interview?
I did not, well, yes, I did listen to the interview. No, I did not compare it to the transcript. It was Net Transcriptions, which is the company we used at the time. And there were errors at times, but I did not compare it to my interview with Brandon, if that's what you were getting at.
So there could be transcription problems in that interview,
It's possible.
but you didn't go back to check to see if there were. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And about how long did that interview last?
35, 40 minutes is an estimation.
Okay. And then where did you go next? You guys got out of the car and what happened at that point?
Brandon returned to his friends, and I re-entered the crime scene to determine what my fellow detectives had discovered.
Were you aware that Brandon's friends, through the body cam, that they had been walking around in the crime scene?
It wasn't until watching it after, but once the crime scene was established, they didn't enter it again until we were done with what we needed to do, or at least we had our primary crime scene, which was the Tesla and the glass in that area. There was times where, I don't know if they were getting drinks or if there was times where they had to go inside of Brandon's home at the time.
Okay.
But that was allowed under some supervision.
And then how long were you at the scene in total, do you think, that day?
From the start to the finish, and unless I had the CAD report or the police computer system to say when we arrive on scene and when we close off, I wouldn't know that accurately, but I know it was hours we were out there.
A few hours.
Yes.
And then how did that get wrapped up? I mean, if you're the case agent, how do you wrap it up, send everybody home? How does that work?
Well, like I was explaining earlier, extra detectives came out there. Once we finished with the canvas, the line search, we start letting people go from the scene and ultimately conclude our involvement, make sure that Mr. Boudreaux and whoever else, maybe witnesses or people that were canvassed, have contact information for the detectives, and just make sure we can maintain communication moving forward.
And you had mentioned that contact before. So you had said that you have a special phone for victims to contact you on. Is that correct?
Not just victims, it's my work cell phone, and I'm very
You had mentioned that you had taken Brandon's cell phone. Is that correct?
yes.
And how does that work? Talk me through that.
He completes a consent to search form.
Mhm.
It's a form that describes in detail what we're going to be doing with the device. In a layman's terms, we are making a digital copy of the software and all the content on that electronic device. So we turn it over to our digital forensics unit, which is detectives who specialize in this, utilizing their hardware. And we made a copy of his smartphone and it's all the data on it. And we returned it to him as quickly as we could. I do not recall if it was the same night or the next day, but I know it was pretty soon after because that was his primary device to utilize.
Okay. And so what are the logistics of that? You're on the scene, you physically take the phone, you put it in an evidence bag. How does that work?
Yes,
And then how does it get transported to the forensic people?
I transport it. In this case, I believe it was, I can't remember which detective. It was either myself or McDermott. We worked on this case quite a bit in the beginning together, but ultimately brought the phone to our digital detectives.
So within that same day,
Yes,
right? And it just gets turned over in the evidence bag and it's marked and all that?
it was never impounded, so although it's noted to be his and has his contact information in it, point is to expedite the process. So instead of impounding it and then having to have it pulled out of evidence and then put back in so it could be ultimately returned to the owner, he gave us consent to take it, download it as quickly as possible, and then return it to him.
And then who would be the person who returned that to him physically, the phone?
I don't recall, but I know I turned it back over to him. I believe he came to the police department the next day or shortly thereafter, or even that night. Again, I don't recall, but I know it was turned over to him soon after by a detective.
So he could come pick it up, basically, is what you're saying?
Yes,
You didn't take it back to the house. He came and picked it up.
I believe so.
Okay.
Shall we break there for the evening?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Members of the jury, tomorrow, please be back and ready to start at 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m. Please remember the admonition. We'll be at recess for the evening.
All right, the jury.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I told the jury 10:15. I'd like the parties here as close to a little bit after 10 as possible. I don't know if Judge Kemp, who's in here before doing his morning calendar, should be wrapping up by then, but just in case there are things we need to discuss prior to the jury coming in. Anything from the state at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, from the defense?
I
All right.
can manage to do some childcare issues. I should be able to get here by 10, but.
That's fine.
Okay.
The other advisory council will be here at 10.
I have 2 morning court matters, but hopefully we should be done.
Okay.
And just to go to where I have early court on the 11th, so obviously I'm going to be stuck in there like over here. The show time is starting on the 11th.
That's Friday?
I know, it's a couple days from now. It's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong day. You have what on Wednesday?
I think it's just a CCMC.
Oh.
But sometimes you get stuck in courts and can't get out.
Right. I probably should start drafting up final instructions soon, I would think. So I'll try to get those maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then I guess we'll go from there. All right, we'll get recess for the evening.
Well, how about that, y'all? Is my mic working? Woo, child. What a day. What a day. I wanted to say a shout out to, wait just a minute. Let me see who I'm supposed to shout out here. Yara. I'm not sure what I did. Did I do this?
Hi. Hold on. Oh no, just the other day.
I was like, what happened?
Okay. Thank you, Lawyer Lee. Damn. It rolled over to the next video.
Oh, that's cool.
And I had to run my fat ass in here. And I was trying to like get on my other computer, but you know what? It froze because that's what my other computer does. And so, yeah, then I heard all the music. I was like, oh God, I gotta go. I gotta run.
I want to say hey to Yara. Yara. I'm not sure. Yara is listening in, and I was told, say hey.
Oh,
hey, Yara.
I was like, what? Hey, Yara, what's up? another day, y'all. Oh, holy crap! I don't want
I'm
to talk
just
about a
like
whole lot.
bouncing around. Me either,
Yeah, that's
because
what
I feel like that I need to go back and listen to it, because I'm like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
She was being a little booger bear on that end part, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. She wants to be a pain in the butt there because it's coming to the bitter end and she cannot take it. I'm trying to I can't look at the places I marked, because you can press shift M and it'll mark the places, on your video, your live video that we're doing. But I can't actually go back and look at them if I'm on it. So I'm like, crap. And you know how I don't know if you know this, but I'm sure you do. But whenever I'm trying to do an example here. See how the numbers go backwards because it's still live or whatever. So I can't even go to the new video.
Yeah, it's weird.
And I'm like, just give me the damn numbers. I'm not doing math, because I wanted to go back to the Melanie part because I needed to hear it because I needed to, I don't know. Because I was in here and I was like, what? And chat seemed to be where I was thinking. So I don't know. I just feel, I feel bamboozled all the time.
I don't see how. I'm sure that the jury is wondering, well, who is Chad Daybell? If it was his phone, isn't he part of this too?
Yeah, I know. I knew
so
that
I want to talk about Chad Daybell there.
So do you know? Does anybody in here know what exactly was said? Was Alex's phone around Melanie Boudreaux's house on October 2nd? Or am I making shit up?
No, I think that's what it said. So that would probably mean that he was over. He may have spent the night at her house.
I wondered, and some of us have wondered if it was there or Zalima's or what, Okay, finally I got it. Okay, finally. Okay, hold on. I've got the timestamps marked in my damn head. 5:59, I think. Well, of course, I left it's in my notebook in the front. In my room. Okay, hold on.
I don't see how come nobody has said that Jeep is a two-tone Jeep. It is not just one color. It's two different colors.
Yeah, it's like a hyper, it's iridescent, I don't know. Let's see.
Hyper color. If you look at it from different directions, it looks different colors.
Yeah. I cannot see the transcript right now. Okay, so I'm just gonna, I knew it was around 5:59. And so I'm gonna bounce a little bit because I'm not quite at 5:59. So I just want to see
area that was swabbed get put into
can y'all see
small
this?
cardboard box. A very small cardboard box actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed
hole.
within that collection, then gets placed
side.
5:59-ish. I want to hear it in real time. Real slow time.
Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes.
Further.
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
Correct.
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
No objection. But then when she gets up there to talk to this guy, she's not the meat.
When we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document?
Okay. Y'all know, was it after the Jeep or before the Jeep? I'm trying to, I ran my timestamps in there, but she was nodding, like she was shaking her head no. I'm gonna try here. Let's just try.
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up.
Yes.
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was.
Let me see. I'm gonna go grab my timestamp. Damn it.
Nothing that was usable, correct.
I'll be right back.
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound?
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. So I believe that East Idaho News was live before we went live. How long have we been live? Because there says we've been live 7:07. And they were live for 7:28. So, okay, here we go with math. 21-minute difference. My timestamp says 6, well, basically 5:59. And then 21-minute difference. Okay, I'm just trying to kind of I hate this shit. Right around here, maybe?
After Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package the collection.
Let's see. Duplicate.
Did you also
I might have to just wait
talk
down.
with crime scene
Was
specialist
it-
Lashik
was
about
it
whether
this
you wanted
guy?
to attempt to?
Girl. What? What?
Was it this guy or was it another guy that talked about the data from the? It was the drug guy. It was the DEA guy who talked about the license plate thing and where it was located. That's not what you're talking about, though, is it? You're talking about
No. That's why I'm like, wait, what? Because okay, if I could play my own video that we're on right now, then I would just go to 5:59, but I can't. So because East Idaho News started at a different time than we did, then I cannot.
Can't you bring us up? Can't you bring us up in there?
I don't think no, because it's not saved yet. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you mean? Oh, I don't know. that would probably be a. Well, let's try it. Only because.
Well, I
I'm
know
curious.
I know it'd look like a mirror for a minute till you found what you're looking for.
Okay, I might have to mute myself though. That's the thing. Hold on.
Okay, all right.
Let me do that. Now I'm gonna go 5:59. Hold on, just one second. I can't because it's doing that weird time crap, the backwards time crap. I hate that shit.
Oh no,
You know what I'm saying? The backwards time. Backwards time. Oh well, the hell with it. Everybody else will be talking about it anyways.
figure it up, and we'll come back.
No, was it around? It was around this part. Allegedly.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know what my son's doing. Sound like he's a matador or something. I don't know. If I could, I don't have a transcript. I have nothing to work with. My tools. Okay. Oh well. We'll just yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I hate when I can't retain all the things. You know?
Yes.
But I just put Melanie Boudreaux phone at 5:59:39-ish. And then 6:06, I put Chad Daybell, you know, because Anyways, and I marked it on my video, but I can't look at it right now. So what good is that? You were driving, you missed stuff. Yeah. You went back and looked it up. What was the sound that Lori made that the judge said to ignore? I don't know. I remember earlier it was like, I don't know. It was something weird. Okay. Well, I don't know, guys. So, I mean, but I know I heard it. So I looked and you did? Okay. Awesome. All right. So Lori is tossing her papers around. Oh God. Yeah, she's like shaking her head back and forth like, no, you know what I'm saying? And it was just real incriminating. And I remember in our chat, like that's one thing. The timestamps, you can see where everybody's saying, boom, oh my gosh, right there, right there, right there. So anyways, there's multiple ways.
I noticed the other day we didn't save our chat. How can we make sure that we save the chat?
It's always saved.
I thought one of them I looked at didn't have the live chat, and I thought, well, that was crap that I didn't.
Yeah. I mean, I never mess with the settings ever.
Okay. Well,
I don't even remember where to go to mess with the settings. How about that?
I could be wrong. I could be confused. That's always a chance.
Well, I appreciate you. And hey, I just think I need to take a break.
Okay, we need to take a break, and then we're gonna. We got our early. It's 10:15 instead of 10:30, so that's 12:15. But they start, whatever. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, Mohawk Mom says if you edit a live, you lose the chat, but I don't even know how to do that. So I don't even know how to do that. I've never had to do that. I never go through YouTube. Like I think I did one time when I was on the plane going to Boise, for Lori's trial, and I went live, while I was on the plane before we took off. Yeah, and that was it. I've never went straight from YouTube. It's very confusing. It's just not user friendly. So I like these little like Zoom. I didn't really like Zoom because it was too many bells and whistles. And then you went to StreamYard and it was like hardly anything. I was like, where's all the things,
Yeah.
But that's what makes it easier. So,
and I tried that other one I forgot the name of it. But it has a lot of different things. But I tried to do something with it when it couldn't do what I wanted to do that day. I thought, well, the hell with this.
Yeah.
and just unsubscribe to that thing.
Allison, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever. And I just love your picture all the time. I do. It's awesome. Just glad you're here. And Denai, okay, here we go again. Denny Lenny or Denai Lenai. But you know what? Today, Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, she's definitely a Milani. Okay. I hope you get that. Anyways, she's Milani now because she's acting like a damn Milani. So we knew. Girl, God don't sleep. That's all I can say. All right. Well, 10:15 tomorrow morning, probably a little sooner because, I am going to want to talk tomorrow. And I'll have some time between here and now and then to gather my thoughts. I'm a gatherer of thoughts. And so I'll go live a little early tomorrow, but the court trial, it's going to start at 10:15 Pacific time, which is, Pacific Arizona time, 11:15 Mountain, 12:15 Central, 1:15 Eastern. Wow. And then I want Trina to flick through all the different Jeep photos they have of the Jeep and ask one of the witnesses what color they see because it's different. It is. it's gray. It's like it is, and I mean, I think they make it that way. It's kind of gives it character, but I mean, she's getting stuck on these things that are irrelevant. It doesn't prove innocence. It doesn't, I mean, I understand it's like they have to sit there and poke and poke and poke and poke and poke and poke and poke, and then pray. And I mean, the way they pray is not good. So, yeah. Love voice. It's like a gray, green, teal, camo, chartreuse. What else? I'm trying to think all the names. I'm not that fast. Chartreuse, puke green. It's crazy. You know what though? It was Tylee's. And that's what I kept thinking about today. It was Tylee's. And I know that a lot of people have frowned on the fact that Lori had Tylee drive, from like Arizona to Texas and you know what I mean. And I understand. However, I get a lot of comfort knowing that Tylee was free and she was in her Jeep. I picture her with her radio turned all the way up. There's a few times she would call or text her friends. I doubt she texts, hopefully not, but on the road trip, during the road trip and stuff. And I don't know. I've always had kind of that image of Tylee, with her hair blown, like with the top off of her Jeep and just nothing but her in the highway. And just the afternoon, the sun's going down and just her face, just her hair blowing in the wind, radio turned all the way up to her favorite song. And, the sun, the evening sun, just bouncing off of her rosy cheeks and her freckles, I don't know. I just like to picture her that way. And it's just sad. It's sad. And they should be here. Anyway, so sorry to do that. I know, but I just, it just really sucks. And I know that's so lame to say. It just really sucks, I don't have the words, and it's frustrating because I have so many feelings bottled up inside that I don't ever get to express because I don't have the words. But I just love them. I miss them. And I just want to continue trying to make a difference. I want to continue digging for answers, and I want to get to as far down to the bottom and the root of this as I can. I feel like it's my job. I don't want to say mission because they're crazy. Okay. And they say mission. Okay. But it's my job. I don't want to do anything else. I have no wants to do anything else but to dig and to continue trying to find the truth and then put that into the story, because that's their voices and their voices are gone. So the best thing next to that is to get it accurate and get to the truth of the matter, because the truth of the matter is why they're not here. And the truth of the matter is what counts. And it's what tells their story. And I mean, I know it didn't end in rainbows and butterflies and ice cream ponies. And it ended with 2 murdered kids, one heinously, brutally murdered, dismembered, burned, scattered, not even all together. Her remains aren't even all together. Okay. And then her little brother, my nephew, was bound in duct tape overtly bound in duct tape and buried not far from his big sister. But they were tortured. They were tortured. Every comfort, everything that they could depend on, even one another, she stripped that away. And it was like just a steady, I don't even know, infiltration. I don't know what to even call that. It was steadily, here we go. It was steadily turning. Lori and Chad were steadily turning the pain up and their tolerance down on the children. And I believe it was always going to be this way. I believe this was the plan from the very beginning, from when James and Elena became loin fire, became nothing but shit. And whatever, and that's why we're here. But I don't believe the kids were ever part of the plan. And Alex was right there. Melanie was definitely right there. And I think, we believe there's evidence that, indicate the possibility of her, at least two of her children. Okay. Above Brandon's children, at least two were dubbed dark or deemed dark, rated dark. They were on the chopping block. And if anybody, I mean, this is not going to be popular. And of course, I'm used to not being popular, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. And it's what I'm going to say is going to be really fucking weird. Okay. But I suspect, I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I don't try to, but I don't pull anything off of the realm of possibility. Everything's on the table. Okay. Because I'm not going to sit there and say, society marks that as a no-no and they call that conspiratorial because they can't get comfortable with it or they won't do their own damn research. Whatever the hell people got to do to live with themselves. Okay. I'm just saying, from listening to Tim Ballard in his speeches where he's talking about doing service. And I mean, this isn't just Tim, this is Tony Robbins. This is how they talk. We have to just change the way that we view our world. We have to change the way that we hear our world. Okay. It really sucks though. That's your warning. Your worldview it'll absolutely crumble. Mine did. And it sucks. People I've looked up to, people I admired and, just looked up to all my life, actresses, actors, singers, dancers, all the people. Okay. I mean, politicians, teachers, there's so many people, and the only thing that gets me through this is you guys seeing this side of humanity, real humanity, not the ones sitting there making all the excuses and pointing and judging other people for trying to find damn answers. Okay. But when Tim Ballard's talking about when you perform service, when you do service, when you help others, when you serve others, and he says that Tom Harrison's, research into oxytocin, serotonin, all the things, the feel good stuff. Okay. Endorphins. What he's really talking about, in my opinion, and this explains the behavior of what Melanie Boudreaux looked like when she was in her in-laws' house. She was in Brandon's parents' garage. I mean, she was jonesing, if you will. But there is something, and I'm just going to say it once because, they flag you for this shit. Why? Probably because it's striking a nerve. But I mean, what do you know? Who knows? We'll never know. This is how YouTube rates us. This is how these social media platforms are indoctrinating us to conforming, from not saying all the things and don't talk about all the things. If you don't, we'll pay you. If you do, shame on you. You will not catch the algorithm wave. Anyways, adrenochrome, for what it's worth. I don't have the answers, but don't shun me. Don't look at me like I'm freaking damaged. Okay. It's legitimate concern, or it's definitely, we need more research into this. Okay. These people, they say that I'm gonna call it Drano now. Okay. For just a nickname. It is highly addictive. It's 10 times stronger, they say, allegedly, than any drug out there. You know, heroin, opioids. I mean, you know, all the things. And she looks like she's needs her fix. Whatever they do, there were 2 dead kids. Why do you kill kids? What's the end game besides the money part? Why do other people participate and then cover it up? Why are all these things happening? And then why do only 1 or 2 people go down? There's so many damn more. And then there's a chain of command. And they all have fall guys. Lori and Chad, believe it or not, are actually fall guys. It sucks. It sucks. And so whenever Tim Ballard's talking about service, it opens up the doors to the heavens, he says. No. This is them talking in plain sight. We just don't have the ear adjusted to pick up what they're putting down, but it's true. So, I mean, and we sit there and say, well, there's no proof. There's no evidence. There's, you know, okay, Freemasonry, all the things, you know, and you're like, well, but you know, I've already, since like changing my perspective or trying to have a more open mind, I started to notice things in this case alone. And I'm like, oh shit, it's been there. I just wasn't astute to look for this kind of stuff. I was not taught to look for this stuff. It wasn't a thing. It was nothing. Chad's book, Visions of Glory. This is how they communicate. They communicate with their dumbass literature. It's stupid. They talk so much. They never shut up. Their gums bump. That's all they do. That's all they do. And they're sadistic, and they're into torturing children. They're into turning the pain up. Look at Ruby Franke. Look at Jody Hildebrandt. Look at David Hamblin. They believe that David Hamblin allegedly believes that spreading his semen and urine is delivering the righteous seed. But they worship Satan, but they call him God. They call him Jesus. They call him Heavenly Father. They call him Lord. They call him this, they call him all kinds of things. They call him the same thing that you and I call God and Jesus. Okay. So, but yet that's why there's just not a lot of proof, because I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't know. I'm not even going to pretend like I do. But you know what? 6 years ago or 5 years ago today, Julie Rowe, actually, I'm going to grab it because it's, I got to prove this. I got to share it with you. So, because it goes right here. This is where this story goes. Let's see. Let me just find it. Yeah, look at this. This is what these kids get to see. This what the hell? That's the real people. That's the real people. That's the real Julie. Okay, here we go. So let me find.
Hey, Cresha,
Yeah.
You're not showing it. It's not showing.
Okay. I gotta stop my screen. I gotta present again. Thank you. And let's try it. Thank you. Yeah, because I'm trying to find.
Well, I was looking around acting crazy, and I thought, well, now that ain't right.
I was showing y'all this. I was like, this is the real Julie. This is what these kids got to see. I'm telling you. This is them on their Drano, whatever the F that they're after. Look at her with her little symbolisms. Okay. I don't know what these mean. I just know I'm starting to get into and research and open my mind a little bit. Lori did the same thing when she said zero effects on me, you know. There you go. I mean, this is, you know, I'm alpha, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying, that's just those, but hold on. I can go bigger and better. I'm trying to find one. Hold on. Let me hush. And I can't, I don't even have the heart to tell them, my parents. I don't have the heart to tell them this. It's like different. There's another one. There's kind of the same. Well, you can't really see it in that one, but she's doing that. She's acting like she's holding a pendulum, but
I'm sure that your daddy has heard of some of this stuff before. I bet you Larry knows about some of this stuff. He just hadn't said it out loud. I bet you anything.
I mean, it's bad. I mean, I don't want to talk about it, but I also don't want to sit there and I don't want to sit here and just settle on, well, they just met and then, you know, they sealed in the temple and then here they started plotting murders. That's not how this works. It's not.
And for a fact, we don't know what the end of this thing is. So don't hold us to it. Exactly. I mean, whatever you think it is, I'm not talking to you, Cresha, but I mean, whatever the media and everybody thinks it is, they are way off.
The media is owned by, you know,
it's a big, and it's a lot of money. It's you know,
yeah, and it controls the narrative. Look at Frank Vandersloot, point in case.
Of course, this might be a good time to do all this because people are so busy suppressing other kind of speech that they might ignore this and let us right on through.
Yeah. Well, so this was posted on Julie's Facebook page the day that Tylee and JJ were unearthed. I didn't notice this for a long time. And she says the first one was a few weeks ago and it will air. Oh, wait, look, I need the damn rest of it. Damn it. I keep giving y'all just half of the damn story. Hold on. Oh, here you go. There you go. Here's your signs. Here's your symbols. She also points to her damn, I don't know what the symbols are called. Okay. So I'm trying to find it.
She got to have her fingernail pedicure and manicure money.
Well, she got the Diddy nails. If you look at it, I like white nails though, but I ain't no Diddy bitch.
I didn't know about that. But you know what? I noticed that Lori's hands always look stubby and funny. She never has nice nails. I mean, that didn't mean anything, but I would think because she's such a snooty duty that she would have gotten all that going on too. You know what I'm saying? That's just odd to me.
Maybe she don't like to cut her nose, you know? I don't know.
Oh, I guess too, it may be because she can do hair better without long nails and stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about at all.
So this was Tuesday, June 9th, 2020. Got the heartbreaking news today. Her nightmares have come true. Chad Daybell has been arrested and human remains have been found on his property. I was hoping my nightmares were wrong, that this was just my subconscious fear. Another interview with Nancy Grace coming the week of June 24th, 2020. The first one was a few weeks ago and it will air in 2 segments on June 30th, 2020. I hate doing the media interviews, but continue to do them to expose the darkness. Stay tuned. I am sharing more with East Idaho News, A&E, Nancy Grace, police, and FBI. I want justice served. My heart is broken for Tammy, Charles, the children, Kay, Larry, and all those who have been injured in any form. My heart is breaking. Feels like it is being crushed. And I was like, man, you know, so that's June 9th, 2020. And then, I mean, you see, because I have it together here, but I was like, oh my God, what the F? So I don't know what, there's Pizzagate. Okay. And I knew I've heard of it, you know, but I mean, I never, I don't know honestly what it means. I don't know what the things mean. I just know it exists and people frown upon it. And so I'm just like, huh. Then I remember the pizza about Melanie Gibbs saying that JJ was cutting pizza boxes. or you think about John Benet Ramsey. I mean, I researched a lot of these cases, okay, and there's a lot more ritualistic crimes that go on.
I've been watching some of those predator hunter kind of shows where the guys like I don't know how they do it, but they entrap people. Really, they get in groups and get people to talk.
Like what Tim Ballard was doing.
Not really. I bet it's like they go on Facebook and they have groups of these people, and they might have a woman.
Oh yeah, yes, they try to catch people who are catfishing.
Yeah, and really, she's like 21 years old, and she says she's 13, and they keep talking to her or whatever, But in these things, I've noticed that they do use the word pizza as a code word for corn.
Yeah, and like I can't. I'm nobody. I can't sit there and be like, "That's the truth," and I have the truth.
I mean, that's not like a club meeting. It's not like you have to like get a card carrying. This is just, I've noticed that a lot of these pervos do have that in their vocabulary. And see, even the random ones, I'm thinking that like, and I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do anything, but I'm just saying there's like things on the phone and they get involved talking to other perverts. I don't even know what else to call it. And they talk about the terrible things that they do and like to do. And they're stupid, of course, but it's very disgusting. I don't even know how that got in my algorithm. I really think that I do know because it was some religious people involved in this. And I really,
oh dang, okay. Sorry.
There's like 4 kinds of people doing this. Scammers, people trying to entrap somebody, or somebody that's trying to make money off of and
Donna.
And it's a whole,
Julie Rowe was into soul trafficking, or she was anti-soul trafficking. That's what she said.
and this is too terrible. It's a terrible amount of young men, and I'm going to say 30 and 40-year-old men who are autistic, or that
JJ
they
was
have
autistic.
been, and they're like grown men, but their mentality is like a 15-year-old, and they get drug into this stuff. Probably because something happened to
I
them
don't know.
too. But you know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
know. I haven't researched that. I haven't gone there. I'm still looking at the wider.
I'm saying to y'all, talk to your children. Tell them do not talk to people on the internet.
Right.
And if something does happen, don't be afraid to tell your mother about it, because I'd rather you tell me about it. I don't care if somebody says they got pictures of you. I don't want to see them. I just want you to be okay.
Right. Exactly. You're not in trouble.
You're not in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. So I wrote, Julie Rowe learns that the kids were recovered from Chad Daybell's backyard. And the first thing Julie does is pose in front of a pizza shop in order to post about how devastating this was for her. Why? I never noticed this prior to realizing that this is perhaps a secret society and not just because of unchecked religious beliefs in the church. And I mean, it's just something to consider. I'm not, this is my own family's stuff, and other family members are not going to agree with me. And I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying like this way or no way, this way or the highway.
I'm just going to say, you did not get to the point you are overnight, over 2 or 3 words or 2 or 3 conversations or even 2 or 3 videos. It takes a period of time to break.
It takes generations. Is what it is.
Well, I'm knowing, and we're doing speed, like it's like speed learning a religion. Now we've speed learned. It's a lot of exercise that you do with your brain to try to understand something that you're not going to believe.
It's hard to even, you don't want to believe it because it's bad. It's horrible.
I'm talking about when you read the Book of Mormon, you're reading it and you're understanding, you're saying, okay, and then but you're going, I don't believe this.
Yeah. I don't know.
That it was written before Jesus and all that. The whole, it's
I
just
mean,
crazy.
it has to do with this. Brandon talked about how Melanie Boudreaux was obsessed all of a sudden with learning about how Jesus and, had a family. And I'm telling you, it's all there. We just have to just be open.
Well, Kit was talking about that too, that how it was something about the Jews, like that, there's like 12 tribes, and the Jews that we know of, the Jews are just 2 tribes, and there's all these other tribes, and really I don't know what I'm talking about, but they think that whatever tribe they belong to is the best and the smartest and the prettiest. And
but it goes into it goes into the patriarchal blessings. They put the tribe you belong to. And I wonder if that's more nefarious than.
Oh, it's rigged as can be. And Barry Cox, to be fair, was a not a ugly man. You know what I'm saying? And the kids are, none of them are ugly people. They're good looking people.
Oh,
but they just thought that, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's over the top. It's over the top.
Yeah. And if you're diddling children, you can get the fuck out of my face. You know what I'm saying? I'm
not, I'm just saying that they,
no, I get it, but
they have symmetry.
This accurate right here.
He has no symmetry.
Right.
I know. Right. Like my new neighbor is, looks like a sort of like a Ken doll. The husband, he's just real, his jaw, it's just like he's real chiseled faced and all that. I don't know. I'm just like, some people are just more.
Yeah, there's the original poster.
Yeah, don't she look different without a filter?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder about those makeup filters that when you're talking, you put your makeup on you while you're doing your thing there, while you're doing your podcasts. Of course, if you move around a lot, your eyebrows might get on the side of your head or something.
Yeah. Well,
we should go eat and take care of our families. And prepare for another day.
Yeah. But yeah, so I've been working. I mean, this is, you can tell, right? You can tell this is what I do. But I haven't been able to, orbit or rotate around to this kind of stuff. Oh Lord, her and her damn handwritten stuff. Anyways, I'm just curious as to what all this is. I'm sitting here going and going and going. But y'all don't have to do this with me. But thank y'all for being here today. And yeah, I just really appreciate you. And for, entertaining me at least with all this crap. It sucks, I don't have the answers. I just know that it's not what's been put out there. That's not just okay. It's over.
Look at Detective's daughter says, take Donna's coffee from her tomorrow. Oh, we can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to listen back and see how bad I am. I guess I did.
I'm stretching. That felt really good. So I just stretched really good. It was great. Well, all right. So see you tomorrow, 10:15, 11:15. I'm sorry, 10:15 Eastern. Oh, no. Okay. 10:15 Arizona Pacific time, 11:15 Mountain, 12:15 Central, 1:15 Eastern. But 30 minutes before that. And then we have the delay, right? So thank you. Nina. Thank you for doing that. It's all of us. everybody here in this community is safe, you know, and I love that. I'd much rather have a community of real people who are kind and understanding of one another, you know, without throwing 4.2 dark, you know, all of a sudden. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we do throw daggers, but damn, they're deserved. But anyways, justice through understanding. Love always wins. You guys are proof of this. And justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. And Brandon. And Brendan. I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, mods. Thank you all for putting up with my shit. All right. I'm going paint or something. Love y'all. Love Allah. We want to support and dunk others at drunk. Either way, right? Yeah. I wish he was in a bozo thing where you throw the baseball and, you know, dunk them. That would be fun. I even thought about, well, I probably should ask Megan first before I go laying out my narrative or something without her knowing. But anyway, so I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Sleep well. Be good. Be good at it. If not, all right. Bye.